I gotta exit this channel.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to NexVerse Season 4. I'm your host, Captain Cardone, and with me today, I have the one, the only, J How Gaming. How are you doing, J How?
Good man, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic.
You know I love the competitive scene, so anytime I get to yell about it, then I get
It's
excited.
the best day ever.
It's the best day ever.
Yeah. So yeah, we're here, Season 4, Week 2. Yeah, the season just started. We still have like 5 more weeks. And already, like last week, was such great games. Even though there was lots of other craziness going on, I I'm excited for what this week holds.
I at week to week, I love the seasonal approach to things because it kind of gives you an eye on who's kind of performing better than the others. Then it also kind of determines if somebody wins that isn't as performing as well, then you get upsets, and there's just all kinds of fun stuff I think to be had from the amateur scene.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. I completely agree with you there. And tonight we actually have a bunch of teams. Okay, I'm just gonna come out and say it. We don't have RFS to ruin anything for us tonight.
I actually heard from Ethics a little like 10 or 15 minutes ago. He's like, "You want to QM?" I'm like, "No, I'm going to be casting," which I guess that means that you're not going to be in the tournament.
Yeah, I
So
guess not. Yeah, if they're busy playing games, and they're busy playing games. I love those guys, but seeing them not win every now and then would be nice. But we do.
they're getting better. They're kind of on that
Oh yeah.
cusp to where there's only so many tournaments they can be involved in until they really start to develop the next step, which qualifiers next weekend, man. That's going to be
Yep.
it's going to be big to see kind of how far they've actually come.
Yeah, I was talking to Inverum last week, and he mentioned that they have a lot of situations where they won't be able to go to tournaments because they're trying to scrim higher level teams, and the tournaments, a lot of those games for them aren't the level of competition that they're looking at because they're amateur tournaments. They want to get to the qualifiers, they want to go through there and win, and playing up against a free agent team, for example, is not going to give them the experience necessary to do that.
If you're gonna get better, you gotta play people that are better than you, and
Right.
sometimes beat up on the smaller guys. But mostly, you gotta enhance that level of competition. So good for those guys, man. They've been competing at the amateur scene for a while.
Oh yeah.
We've seen their improvements, quite a bit actually. And so now it's really time to see how they're going to take that next step, and if they can continue. I mean, I don't expect them to necessarily go to Worlds, but if they can continue to work and get closer to those regionals summertime, then fall time we'll see. I mean, consistency I think goes a long way with teams to understand, to have that familiarity. Of who's going to be where, knowing what to expect from different people on the team. So I really hope they stick together and really grind it out. I'd love to see them kind of progress in the scene up to the pro level.
Yeah, I would too. I mean, like I said, I've been hanging out with Inverum a bit online and like talking to the other guys on the team. So it's neat to see them do that, be able to play at that level. But because they're not here tonight, that means that some of our other teams are going to get some spotlight. It's they're going to get the chance to say, "Hey, look, we're here too. RFS isn't everything. Come look." Like we've seen, for example, the Gentlemen put up great shows of sportsmanship and their ability to play a game and do well in it, even against people that we consider to be pretty good. I'm excited to see what they do tonight. I mean, the Colossus as well. We've seen them in other tournaments, other amateur tournaments, and they have been doing all right. Psycom's back. They won our ARAM tournament on Thursday. So, we have a bunch of great teams here that I'm excited to see what they can do without, another great team that we're so used to winning being here.
I do gotta say that Gale Force Esports looking pretty scary with their new roster. Obviously, they've started to come together, but they put a lot of good names together. We've got Gale Force Esports tonight, as you said, Colossus, Tailwind, Blank, North American Rivals, Low Key. I mean, there's a lot of really upper tier amateur teams are going to be duking it out. I'm kind of curious to see how some of these new faces are going to perform against them, and whether they're going to be able to hold their own. Was that a cat? Was that my cat?
You just never know with cats.
I got my headphones on. I can barely hear.
Yep, yeah, That's why the pets are usually sequestered, but you can't sequester a cat because they're too smart. It's scary how smart cats can be. But you're right. There are some of the some new teams here that I don't remember seeing. That doesn't mean we haven't seen you. Just maybe my memory's not very good. Like 40 hands. That does not sound familiar to me. When we don't have any free agent teams this week, as far as I know, but I haven't heard of them. I haven't heard of Get Bodied Nerd. I don't know who's on that team, but
All I
it
know
would be
is Get
cool.
Bodied Nerd.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be
That's
cool
the
if we saw
play-in
them
game.
go through to the finals.
So the play-in game. Oh, I recognize one name on there. I actually recognize two names, Mfu and A Rubies. Rubies was on Excelsior. Droplets I recognize. So Get
Oh,
Bodied Nerd.
I
I
know some of these
recognize
guys.
three of those names. Sorry about the other two, but
Well,
okay, we
you
have
can't know
two
everyone.
play-in games. Do we know who we're going to be following? Because we have two play-in games before we get to the
Yeah.
16 series.
So we do have two playing games. Let's go ahead and show you guys the draft, or not the draft. Wow, I cannot even think. The brackets rather here for a second. So as you can see, most people got buys just because of the weird number of signups that we had. And I could probably zoom that in a little bit more for you guys to see. There you go. So a bunch of people got buys. We have two playing games going on beforehand. And we are working on getting that first game set up. We don't know who we're going to follow yet. The team captains are still trying to contact each other and make sure they know who they're playing. The brackets just went live, so it's going to be a minute before anyone really knows what's going on. But yeah, we have two playing games, and it'll be interesting to see who gets to move on. Team Colossus and AFK Epic Play both got buys, basically free buys to the second round, along with obviously a bunch of other people. But they're the ones that have to now wait for a game. Everyone else can go ahead and begin. So
Ruby's just sent me a message, said that they have been in contact and they've already got the draft link out. I don't know if we want to follow.
oh yeah,
So
sure.
it's Tailwind and Get Bodied Nerd.
That would be great. I'd love to see a new team.
All right, I'm
That's
gonna
fantastic.
send you the draft link there. Rubies I talk to from time to time in Discord, and some of the guys from Tailwind I know. So
Cool. So we're gonna go ahead and take a look at this link. Hopefully it's it's an observer link and not anything else. That has been an issue in the past.
I'm pretty pumped, man. Like, is Dahaka banned or no?
No, Dahaka's not banned.
Yes. Are we? I don't think he's been added yet. So Rexar equals Dahaka.
Has he not been added yet?
I don't believe so. On
thought he
Friday, I did a tournament. We had to use Rexar as Dahaka because nobody picks Rexar.
Right. Yeah. Basically, the way we play it is if it's on Heroes Draft, it's free game. I think we still have bans on certain mounts, because of the Stitches bug. But
Stitches is still banned out?
No, Stitches isn't. So that was figured out that it's a bug with Stitches, but it only happens if they are using the Vulture mount or the Starbreaker mount.
Yeah.
If those two mounts aren't in the game, there is no lag.
Good stuff.
Why? How does that happen? I don't know, but that was what we found out. So I'm going to ask the admins real quick if we still have bans on those. Because I don't remember if we decided or not, and they've been talking nonstop, so it's hard to go back and check. But yeah, they're banning out the maps right now. We're down to Cursed Hollow, Sky Temple, and Towers of Doom. And of course, we're playing on the current version, so a lot of characters have a rework right now. It's still early in the rework life cycle there.
They're in. Are we on the draft screen, or am I still on camera?
You're still on camera.
Oh, okay. I'm just over
Sorry.
here zoning out. I'm checking tweets. I'm looking at the Discord channel. I'm trying
There's
to
a lot
respond
going
to
on.
messages. Yeah, I mean, the first game, once we get it underway, that's when it really gets started. But Sky Temple is going to be our first map of the night for essentially, I don't want to say it's a play-in game because it's not like they did anything to deserve having a play-in. It's just the way that it auto-filled the bracket. First ban Faustad, no surprise whatsoever here, Cardone.
He is so strong right now. He's got two excellent builds. Both of them are powerful depending on what you need. Like first picking him means that you either have a mage with some burst damage or you have tons of sustain damage, and you don't have to worry about which one you have until the game starts. And I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, it really, I've been seeing it a lot. I don't see mage stat as much on the bigger maps, but I do like the fact that there's diversity there. And so first ban Illidan. Now, Illidan complete rework, and he's been wreaking havoc once again. He doesn't feel inherently different, but at the same time he does, right? It's the same
Yeah.
Illidan character, but the talent rework has been something huge. And then banning Illidan out and picking up Zul here for a Get Bodied Nerd.
Yeah, so going back to the Illidan rework, he's basically the same. Like all his abilities are pretty much the same. His playstyle is pretty much the same, but now you're not required to take every ability that keeps him alive, mainly because they're all gone. He
It,
now has actual variation in what talents you pick instead of just picking first aid and stone skin and all those generics that kept you alive. And I think that's fantastic because now he
he's got a
fe
questing talent at level 1. I like it.
yes. I like it too. I'm still on the fence about the questing talents, whether like because I know some players who aren't as good or aren't as team focused will just balls to the wall to get their quests done, and that can cause a problem with teams. But if played right, I think the questing talents are fantastic.
Well, we're looking at a Thrall in Li Ming. You've got the best frontline assassin by far up there in Thrall because he does so well. He can lane, he can do damage, he has good crowd control. He can change an entire aspect of a fight. It's hard to ask for much more. And they're going to pair it up with Li Ming, one of the biggest damage dealers. And I like Li Ming in these more open style maps. It allows for a lot more splash damage. It allows for a few more shots, I think, that can really get in there and wreak havoc. You talk about these tight lanes on certain other maps or whether there's going to be something in the way, it tends to block some of her shots. And this one I like a lot. And Greymane and Rhaegar are being picked up there by Get Bodied Nerd.
Yeah, so you're exactly right. This map is pretty open, to be honest, just in general. It's a large map. It's got plenty of places to go, plenty of ways to get around things, and since her abilities go through the terrain, she has plenty of option to hit wherever she wants on the map, pretty much at any time. So, in order to counter this, they said, okay, well, we'll pick up a Greymane and a Rhaegar. Rhaegar's pretty good still, even with his nerf. You have to play him a little safer than you did previously, but he's still a strong healer. And if Li Ming hits multiple people, Rhaegar's able to chain heal through that.
Yeah, and I like that a lot. My favorite, I think, hero to watch because of the amount of potential that's going to come out is a Greymane. And Greymane can turn a fight in an instant. You talk about Li Ming on that back line. If Greymane is able to get back there and he's able to get that support from Rhaegar and he's able to dive in on that backside, Li Ming gets deleted pretty quickly. But it does look like we're going to have Johanna banned out and ETC banned out. But this looks like Tailwind is going to 100% pick up Muradin, leaving Get Bodied Nerd a little bit, kind of slim on their line of being able to pick. Dahaka is available this week, but I wonder, will they go with a safe pick like something like a Stitches? I mean, when you talk about ETC and Johanna already off the board, they're going to get Muradin, but what are they going to pair with it here on the front line for Tailwind?
Yeah, I don't know. I think Mirrodin's definitely what they're going to pick up, but on the other side, okay. That's a Tassadar pick. I guess whatever I was about to say is absolutely wrong because it wasn't going to be Tassadar. But I like Tassadar. I've always liked Tassadar. I think he's fantastic. The only issue I have with him is, are they going to pick up another pseudo healer or are they just going to solo support Tassadar? It can be done, especially Thrall. If you go Wind Fury build with Thrall, he's able to heal himself up by himself and through Tassadar's shields. So I think that's great. But it looks like they may also pick up a Tyrande.
This is a mistake. That is a huge mistake.
Because they just gave up Muradin. But maybe they want a Diablo.
No, they could have gotten Muradin, which I think would have been the best combination for them, and
Probably.
then been able to pick up Tyrande after the fact. I don't think Tyrande was something they had to worry about losing. They sat on it for a while.
Yeah.
And this is going to put them into range. I mean, you can still land a Stitches. They are going to go Diablo. Now, there was a solo Diablo play in Worlds this weekend, and it really showed and I think it kind of sold people on it. And the old Diablo Tyrande combination is still going to be there, but I I just don't like a solo Diablo. I'm not a fan. You have to be extremely skilled, extremely disciplined to be able to do that. And I'm not sure how that's going to work for them.
Yeah, you're right. Diablo is a scary frontliner in the sense that it's it's scary for you. You don't know whether that's going to work out for you or not. Um, Jay Howe has invited me to a game. Thanks, buddy. Um, I'm like the last person in here. Go figure. Anyway, so yeah, you have that scenario where if you're very good with him, you're going to be fantastic. It's going to work out. But if you make small mistakes, even small positional mistakes, it's going downhill very fast.
Like Diablo Tyrande requires basically a roaming gank to be able to take advantage of that, that stun, that easy stun combo, and it requires a rotation. They can leave Tassadar, he'll probably be in that bottom lane. But do they put Thrall in that bottom lane? Because you kind of want to be able to get those picks. Do you have some type of roaming composition? You can put Li Ming in a lane, Thrall in a lane, and then rotate Tyrande Diablo between them. The problem is this map is so big, and there's that big vision eye up there between the top and the middle lane, that it actually makes it much more difficult to do any type of rotation to get those early picks. And so that's the reason why I'm not as big a fan as of Diablo on a big map like this, because normally you're trying to get those early picks, and I don't know if that's really going to work out for them here.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And like you said, if they don't have control of the vision on this map, they're not going to get any of that done. And that's going to cause them major headaches late game when they didn't get the early game scenario done. I'm watching you type in the Twitch chat, and I was like, wait a second. But it makes more sense now. I'm back. I'm good. So let me go ahead and get these team names figured out, and we'll get you guys into the game here.
Sky Temple, if you guys aren't familiar with it, there's 3 temples across the map. The first 2 temples are going to be the top and the middle that are going to spawn. The second wave is going to be the bottom one. These temples, so long as you're on them and you're contesting them without somebody else contesting it from the other team, they're going to shoot at your enemy team structures. And if you take a look at the way some of these people work, and you take a look at something like Sylvanas, we have 2 strong lane pushers when you talk about Sylvanas and Zul, and we've got the new reworked Sylvanas as well. Will they opt for some type of rotation in the very early game? If they do, look for it to be the bottom lane to be able to take out that bottom well, try and snipe that bottom well very early on. That's one of those things that normally teams will split the first 2 temples, and then the second one is where things start to distance themselves. And if you talk about a team that doesn't have a well against that bottom area, they have nowhere to drop back to, and it makes it very difficult for the other team to stay in the battle when you're able to drop back, tap well, and then re-engage there at full health. So, we'll see how this strategy works out as the map is now loading up.
Yep, that's exactly right. Thank you for explaining how the map works. This is one of my favorite maps, in fact, because of how it works. I think that's great. And it looks like Droplets has already disconnected from the game. He's going to be playing that Grey Mane if he comes back. Astabroth is going to be on Muradin. He is currently dancing that dwarf dance. Mfu on Rhaegar, 3 to 3rd on Zul, and Arubiz playing that Sylvanas.
And on the right side, that is, who do we have on the right side this time?
On the right side should be Tailwind.
Tailwind, that is going to be Tailwind. That's Argy on Thrall, Turtle Tosser on Li Ming, Zen Aether, we're just going to call him Zim on Diablo, Loyal Knight on Tassadar, and Zero Max on Tyrande. Everybody's leaving, apparently.
Yeah. That's okay. We'll get them all back. Zero Max is saying you can't alt-tab at the loading screen anymore. False. I do it all the time. Although I also have mine in window mode, so that probably helps.
That probably helps a lot.
I imagine that is part of the issue. So while they're figuring that out, we'll go ahead and go back to us and just talk about some of the changes that have been happening lately, especially with the new patch. Because Sylvanas, who is in this game, has a new heroic.
The mind control.
Oh, yeah.
The mind control I like, but at the same time I worry that it can easily be cleansed out and then it gets no value.
Yes, I need to do more testing on it because I haven't had a whole lot of time to test like what different things work against it and what don't. So like, what does cleanse do? What, does that get rid of it? I assume so, but
yeah,
I don't know.
Cleanse will get rid of it. I was asking one of the players on Friday as well because they picked Tyrael. And I said, does Tyrael Sanctification break it? And they said, yes. So there's a lot of things that can break it, even a stun on Sylvanas because
Yeah,
it's a
it is
channeling
channeled.
skill. So there's a lot of things that can interrupt that. And, I think there's a lot of potential for it. I'm not sure where it works and whether somebody gets it because, there's still the Wailing Arrow, which is the huge silence, and it's still used quite a bit. The thing about Sylvanas that changed the most, obviously, is Possession essentially moved to level 7. And now her old heroic is now a little bit, smaller version at level 7. But the thing about it is that really worries me is that her 1, 4, and 7 skills are pretty much all lane pushing, except for the level 4 one. And if you take a look at level 4, I wouldn't be surprised we see Lost Soul. It used to be a level 1 skill. Now it's a level 4. If you get those resets by spreading that in those tight team fights, that's why I like it in a much more condensed map. That resets quite a bit and does quite a bit of damage. Look at this roam though here.
Yeah, I really like this start from both teams, actually. They leave Zool mid because it's Zool. He's able to push a lane so hard, and if he has to, he can root somebody to escape. And the rest of the team goes top here to just see what's going on and probably push this up pretty hard. Tailwind, meanwhile, says, you know what, we're all going to go mid. We'll let one of them get out of position, and then we'll come beat them up.
And here it goes. The minute they break, the other team breaks as well. Get Bodied says, hey, we've got Sylvanas. And we're going to go ahead and push, but they have to be very careful. They didn't get vision. They left Zool middle to try and solo. They did barely any damage on that tower and are already having to rotate out here.
Yep, but again, their team is not the one that I'm concerned about early game. Because all they have to do is keep up early game, and they're fine. It is Tailwind that I'm concerned about. If they don't start putting some pressure on Get Bodied, they're not going to get anything done with their comp.
But this is the other part. They're putting a lot into their specialists to get this early level lead. They've got Sylvanas and they've also got Zool, and they're looking to hopefully land, some of this early structure damage so they get, a lot of value out of these temples with the first temples already activating. This is kind of their thing. This is their MO. Are they going to be able to push this? I would have loved to see them leave somebody in the bottom lane, be able to push and bully out somebody, but instead they're splitting it up. And I don't mind them splitting the temples, but Zool's going to have to stay in a lane, and they're going to have to try and soak here, but the Diablo combo
is kind of working out. I mean, they traded there, but it's still a 2v3 if they want to take that fight. So, making Zool go bottom, I think, was a smart plan. Zool looks like he's actually roaming mid and bot, which is fantastic on his end. That's going to give them so much soak, way more than the other team's going to get, which is amazing. And while they're giving up, yes, the middle temple, which gives them a slight advantage overall because they're going to get a tower out of this as well, it doesn't do enough because they are going to lose their top 4.
This is exactly what I wanted, except it came a little too late, was for Get Buddy to try and rotate down, make use of Mirrodin and his tankiness, and Greymane's ability to scare people off. They left several people on that top lane. They traded pretty much 1 for 1. The good thing is they got some early structure damage. Now we see Zool down here in a little bit of trouble. In comes the slam. Bad coordination there. No Lunar Flare follow-up. 3 to 3rd is going to be just fine getting out of there. So the Diablo-Tyrande combination, you pick it. You better make sure you can execute it as the totem goes down. Diablo in all kinds of trouble. Greymane hops into working for him, and that is Diablo down twice. This is what I was talking about, Cardone. Diablo dead 2 times already.
Yeah, and the good news is he still has his souls up, so he'll get a little tankier. But the bad news is when he has those souls up and he does something like that and dies, sorry, you're done. You're just done. And that is a huge problem.
While it's nice to have souls as Diablo and to be able to get those quick resets on your death, it just means that your team has to back out and you have to run halfway across this large map as Ruby's in all kinds of trouble. There goes the Haunting Wave, but when you get stunned out, you're not able to reactivate it to be able to get out of there. But we see Mirrodin coming in and say, hey guys, check this Storm Boulder, get on out. And they got on out, no Storm Bolt hits.
Yeah,
Ruby's
so I've been watching Zero Max's Lunar Flares. I'm not sure he's hit one yet. 3 to 3rd could be in trouble here, though.
Argy in trouble there at the bottom lane. Everybody in trouble all over the map. 3 to 3rd. He uses the Bone Prison, which is also acting as something of a body block. The Arcane Orb does some damage. And Cardone, level 4 for Sylvanas, Withering Barrage. I am not a fan of on this Sylvanas.
Yeah, I always liked Withering Barrage, but with the new rework, I'm not as much of a fan. That's for sure.
Lost Soul just gives so much more value.
Yes, exactly. And that Lost Soul, it allows you to do so much more in a fight because of the resets, and I think that's fantastic.
And there's gonna be fights of plenty when you talk about the contesting over these temples, and you can see they did get through the gate at the bottom, but they weren't able to get that well, and that was the part I talked about before the game loaded. And Zool just now rotating all the way from the top, and Tailwind can see that because they had the vision, and Zool just now get it. There's the combination though, Cardone.
Yeah, finally they made one happen, but they're still losing this fight. It's a 3v4, and they're not winning.
They're not at all. Diablo is getting stunned out. Lunar Flare drops on that back line. The slam does go down finally on Sylvanas, but Diablo is probably going to pay for that with his life.
Droplets just killed
down.
3 of them.
Yeah, that is what I was
don't think he's
talking about.
done.
Greymane here, continuing the dive. I love Greymane for those moments.
Oh yes, that is where Greymane absolutely shines. You have 4 people, I don't care. I can 1v4 if you're all low because I will just keep going. And especially now that he has level 10 and the enemy is just hitting level 9. So he's going to get tons of work done at this point.
Yeah, looking at the talents here, you know, we see skeletal mages coming out from Zool, and we've seen a lot of diversity between those two, whether it's going to be that Poison Nova or the skeletal mages. And I like the fact that skeletal mages is a thing. It's just when you talk about a Tyrande and Tassadar, there's so much potential from that damage from that Poison Nova that can really make the team pay for it. Because Tyrande, her heals are only going to do so much, and those shields can only withstand and come around every so often. But skeletal mages, that can really help turn a team fight. 3 to 3rd, though, having to use them there. Is he going to survive up here, Cardone?
Yes, he is. He has gotten out of just about every bad situation he's been in, and Diablo just got killed by minions.
The minions.
Hey, you know what? A lot of people give minions crap, but they do so much work. It is crazy.
All right, nothing out of the ordinary. We do see Shadowstalk, of course, going to be there for Tyrande. Force Wall for Tassadar. Apocalypse. And that's the thing, Apocalypse can be there and can really pair well with Sundering. And then, of course, you've got Disintegrate. If everything kind of splits in a line, can do some serious damage as the rotation now starting to possibly look at these camps, but they have a 2-level lead here, does get bodied.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned that everything, all their heroics can kind of stack on each other. While that's accurate, we've seen them have a lot of miscommunication just between their Diablo and their Tyrande. So I'm wondering what's going to happen when you have more people involved in that. You know,
yeah, the Wailing Arrow comes out here, does get the silence down. We saw the invade here on this. Apocalypse is being used. Avatar pop there. The camp does go to the side of Tailwind. Mirrodin goes down. Diablo in hot pursuit, looking to single out a character. Ruby's inadvertently activating the boss there with that Haunting Wave. They're going to have to get out of there. The Lunar Flare has that extra range with that Lunar Blaze at 7, but not able to land there, and they're pinging for help, looking in this bush, possibly looking out to look for another pick here.
Yeah, and this is a perfect play by Tailwind here to go in and steal the enemy bruisers as well while you're at it, because you're going to get a lot of work done. They just got a kill. Now, they lost their Tassadar, but they still have a support left. But they're being chased.
Yeah, like, Tassadar goes down, and they are... Look, the boss is activated once again, but gets leashed there. I think he got a little bit of damage in as well.
Yeah, running through there is always the scariest thing, because you don't want that boss to start hitting you. It's okay when it's hitting your enemy. It's never okay when it's hitting you. Especially these early levels. That boss takes off quite a chunk.
It's something that we sometimes see on something like Cursed Hollow or here, to where an enemy team, when they're under pursuit, they'll auto-attack that boss so it activates it, and anybody that passes through all of a sudden starts to get targeted. It's one of those things that you'll see people kind of sneak in there from time to time. Yeah, I don't think it was intentional there, though.
It's a really good play. Whenever I play Zagara and I'm running through something like that, I always activate the boss because I'm already out. I can hit it with an E and be fine.
We do see the re-engagement here. The Shadowstalk has been used. The Wailing Arrow hits 4 people on that back end, basically singling Diablo out. Diablo goes down once again. The Dwarf Toss in. Nice Force Wall there to block in his own teammate. That's a joke, but Argy is able to get out of there. You've got to be very careful with those Force Walls. I get it, you're trying to split the team, but when you single out a Thrall, that can be extremely dangerous. 3 to 3rd, being very aggressive and rotating to middle. They just want to fight. The Lunar Flare misses once again. Disintegrate, not able to take down Zool, and they're able to get out of there. But man, this 3 to 3rd is extremely aggressive with his lane pushes.
Yeah, well, it's worked out for him. I mean, how many deaths does he have? 1? Zero. I'm sorry, he has 0 deaths. It
He's
has
getting out of there.
never gone against him being
But take a
aggressive
look
like
at
that.
that siege damage there, Cardone. That
I
is a
know.
huge amount.
97,500. We are 9.5 minutes in.
Yeah, he's doing some serious work. He's been fortunate to get out of there. That level 1 talent shade does give you nice bone armor there. And now we're seeing a little bit of a force here. The force wall coming out once again. The finally a stun combination there. Shadowstalk out once again. We do see the Apocalypse going down. It does stun one, but Diablo goes down. Yet again, the Dwarf Toss in there by Muradin trying to get the stun and does get it. Argy in all kinds of trouble as Tyrande goes down. There's that extra movement speed. Argy going to get out of there, but this temple is now up. But they said they don't care. They're going for this. Is he going to be able to land a Stormbolt? Not going to hit. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them start doing some structure damage before they rotate back up.
Oh, Loyal Knight, you were so close, buddy. Run! He was down to nothing and poisoned. It was amazing. I did not think he was going to get out, but a smart thinking on his part. He managed to shield himself and tap the well before he died. But there's still a talent tier down, and they're about to be 2.
Yeah, it's looking pretty rough. Get Body Nerds starting to, put their dominance out there. And we take a look at the experience gain there on the side. Let me pull that up if I can get up the right window. But the amount of experience that Zul is capturing right now is pretty much twice as much as anybody, and he's been able to stay in that lane because the rest of his team has been able to be aggressive and win a lot of these fights. It's 10 kills to 4, and that's really helped map control for them, allowing Zul to really shine here.
Yeah, it sure has, and I think I just messed up because I hit a button, I don't know what I hit, and it put me on Sylvanas.
Hit Control E.
Thanks. One of these days, I'll memorize all these buttons.
that should put it back to everything.
It
right?
did. I appreciate that, buddy. Whoops. Misclicks happen. But yeah, you're exactly right. This is going to be a tough fight going forward. They're down a talent tier again. They're about to lose this keep because there's no way they're saving it.
No,
and they have like just so many merc camps pushing. Now the good news is this bottom fort down here, they do have 2 siege giant camps pushing on it, but it's just a fort.
It's a small little victory here. That's going to help keep them up. In terms of the experience, it's also going to force a couple people to rotate back down. We do see Get Body Nerd going back here, trying to grab this Bruiser camp at the top left, forcing Sylvanas to go down, try and lock these minions down, these camps down, and really try and clear this out. Again, forcing control on the side a little bit for the time being for Tailwind here.
Yeah, and that's great. They need that, especially right now since they're down. They need some soak. They need to have a little bit of map control here just to make sure that they can come back and do something before this snowballs too far.
And they are looking to start the boss, and they're going to do just that. The Sentinel already used there to go up towards the top, but Diablo, he says, I'm going to come down, sniff it out. Muradin says, hey, listen, I can pretty much zone this out, add some vision. The Skeletal Mage is going down. This is going to be a huge moment for them. The Avatar with the Dwarf Toss in, Shadowstalk coming down. They're not able to get on point. The Sundering does go down there, but on that backside, Tassadar does go down. Apocalypse coming out, catches 2 members. We do see the Arcane Orb coming out, the Bone Prison going down on Argy, who's going to be in all kinds of trouble. He gets absolutely annihilated in Cardone. This is pushing a bottom lane, and take a look at that. The totem goes down. Diablo being caught out, and that is that Earth Grass totem at level 16 for that extra slow there. That is huge moment, and this could potentially be the game if they played this right.
It could. All they have to do is let the boss soak up some of these hits while also locking down these towers as much as they can. They're not going to get all of them, but with Zul there, being able to spawn minions to take those tower hits, they're going to be able to walk straight into core. Now, in 10 seconds, everybody's up. But are they going to be able to fend this off? I don't know. The boss is still at like 80% of its health.
Yeah, this is pretty much all she wrote. Sylvanas locking down. Greyman on that backside says, hey, wait a minute. I want to try and get some more damage. Bye-bye, Tyrande. Get bodied, nerds. In a metaphorical sense and a literal sense. Moving on here, Cardone.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's fantastic. Like we were saying earlier, this is a team that we haven't seen before. We've seen some of the players in them. We mentioned them at the beginning of the stream, but we haven't actually seen the team play together. And from what I'm seeing, they're doing fine.
They're not doing too bad, and this is what I said. If Greymane can get back there, we see Li Ming was able to do some damage, but they weren't able to keep her alive as much as they wanted. They kept her alive, but at the cost, Diablo, 7 deaths. I said this before it started in the draft. The minute they solo picked a Diablo, it was pretty much all she wrote. I don't like a solo Diablo unless you're the elite creme de la creme. You're gonna have a hard time keeping that Diablo alive. Whether you've got shields and a Tyrande heal there, it's just not going to be enough, especially when you're prioritizing all this other stuff that you're trying to do with those two heroes. And you can see 7 deaths, pretty telling there, Captain.
Yeah, it sure is, and that's exactly what you were talking about or what we were both talking about at the draft is small positioning errors on Diablo's part absolutely ruin him. Like there is nothing you can do to come back from that once you make one of those errors, and that can be a huge problem on a team where you're expecting the Diablo and Tyrande to get stuff done. It just doesn't end up working out, and that can cause major issues there. And I also want to highlight something else here. 3 to third on Zool has double the siege damage of everyone else, of the next highest person. Li Ming is sitting at, or no. Sylvanas has 81,000, so I missed that. But Zool has 140,000 siege damage.
Yeah, again, those team fights.
Wow.
The minute Diablo went down, Zool just peeled off and said, "Don't worry, guys. I'm going to continue to build this lead. I'm going to go hang out in the lane over here because I'm the best laner in the game. I'm going to show you how it's done." And showing the strength there. The minute Diablo went down, the entire map went down
Yeah.
for them. And the rotations just weren't there.
They instantly had to back off.
Yeah.
The moment he went down, they just had to back off. There was no if, and, or but about it. We saw Diablo die, and everyone else just scattered. And sometimes they didn't make it out. There was a lot of ability to lock people down on Get Bodied Nerd's side. They had the Bone Prism. They had the Totem, the Slow Totem. They had Mirrodin Stormbolt. What else? What else?
They had a solid draft. They had
yes.
A really solid.
Oh, definitely.
The thing is like Sylvanas, didn't even. I mean, she did a decent amount of damage. Again, the auto attack got buffed a little bit. There were some other minor changes, but in terms of Sylvanas, I think her auto attack is the biggest change. Again, level 4 talent Lost Soul. I would really like to see that. I'm actually going to ask Rubies why no Lost Soul at level 4. You're missing a ton of damage there.
Yeah, I think that's actually a great question for Rubies because it's going to highlight if Rubies says, you know what, I wanted this for this reason. Maybe it's something we haven't thought of yet. Maybe there's this weird synergy that he's going for that we don't know. But I love talking to the players and asking them why they took talents because it's usually some weird reason that I haven't figured out yet. And if it's not, it just gives you a different perspective on things because the point of the talent system is for things to be heroes to have different builds that they can go. In theory, every level 4 talent is equal in power. In theory. It doesn't happen. We know that. We know that. Look, you and I have been playing this game long enough to know that's not how this works. But it's cool to see how players look at them because it gives us an insight on why they're doing it, and we can use it for our next game if somebody picks up that talent.
Well, I'm curious. I don't know. Are we gonna, since that was kind of the play-in game, do you think we're gonna follow them? Or are we gonna look at another game?
Odds are good that we're gonna follow them. So we should be able to get Body Nerd and Colossus here in just a second. I just got to contact their team captain, or yeah, if you can tell Rubies to keep us up if you're already in communication there. I can always get a hold of Droplets too. We want to follow you. I did not spell follow correctly.
That's okay.
I put 3 O's in it.
Fulu?
Yeah, it's Fulu. Foloow. Go me. All right, so they're trying to get in contact with Colossus here. But I don't think any of the other games have finished yet. Let me refresh my my screen here. And yes, so Gale Force Esports, I'm pretty sure you mentioned them at the beginning of the cast. They beat Gazlord first pick and are in the round 3.
They're definitely my favorite. I got to watch them the other night, and their new roster is pretty scary looking.
Is it? I have not even looked at them in a while, to be honest.
It's really, really scary looking. They've got Mysticles, Crone, Fury, Equinox, and Heun. and
Okay.
they look
Yes.
they look good.
That just on paper this looks good.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's fantastic. And Blank beat Slip League, and they moved on to round 3 as well. So as soon as we can get, who is it, Colossus in, we should have a draft link for you guys. But again, I want to highlight some of the changes that were made for the current patch, because we've seen Illidan banned out, and before last week, nobody would have banned Illidan ever.
Except for during the regional qualifiers when Illidan and Zeratul were like making everybody's lives miserable, because that's when the pros get a hold of them, it's a different story.
That's true, of course. I
But you have
I
to
agree
build
with you
like
there.
very specific comps to make him work.
Yes, you definitely do, and that's not how he works anymore. And I think that's great. No longer do you have to take a Tassadar with an Illidan to make him live, or a medic with an Illidan to make him live. And that used to be the case, and that was very frustrating from balance standpoint.
I think people are still tending to go Tassadar with him. It's either like a Tassadar to Ronda, but I've been seeing a lot of Tassadar Brightwing as well. It kind of gives 2 damage dealers. It can basically be a backup in case he needs it, but I think there's still a lot to be worked out. I mean, we've had less than a week, unless you count the PTR time. But as far as like at a competitive level, think about the top teams in North America. They're actually on their way back from Korea right now. They're still going to try out stuff, and they haven't really touched the new patch because they were playing on the old patch. And you talk about a lot of these teams that are out playing right now at the upper echelon that are trying out different comps as well. I hopped in on a scrim the other night, and there's people picking some pretty interesting stuff to see how this new meta is shaping up. I think there's a lot that's going to be found out, especially, we talk about these tournaments where the amateur teams can try out different stuff. And then we'll see if it works. And then we'll see more of the competitive scene, more of the pro players in the qualifiers next week. And there's a lot of potential, I think, in this new meta for there to be some pretty big shifts. I still haven't seen Tychus at a competitive level yet, and I really want to see how that works.
Yeah, so we saw a little bit of Tychus at the ARAM game, but I'm not sure how competitive that counts as. Just because you don't get to pick who you're playing. That it's all random. So, which is fantastic. I actually played in that tournament, and we had a blast. But it's not really competitive. Tychus seems very strong right now. His playstyle hasn't changed too much, but he seems to be pretty much like he's a tank killer now, I think, is the way people are looking at him.
There's no more wind-up period. It's just he's going in.
Yep, exactly. And I just sent you a draft link.
Got it?
Cool.
Get bodied, nerds. Going up against Colossus.
I'm glad they moved on. I like the name, first of all, because, why not? And it's cool to see a bunch of people that we already knew but never saw play together join a team, get in here, and do well.
Now, if they lose and you just pronounce the name differently, they're the Get Bodied Nerds? Let's hope they make it to the finals.
I don't have an answer to your question. I don't know. It's a good question, but I do not have an answer to that one. So, oh well, we'll move on. So yeah, we're just waiting for these 2 teams to get in here. And while we do, I wanted to talk about I've been mentioning the ARAM tournament that we had on Thursday. That was our first ever ARAM tournament for Heroes of the Storm. I think, if we're lucky, it was the first ever ARAM tournament for Heroes of the Storm.
Official, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, I think we.
You guys didn't waste any time.
So the day that map was announced, within an hour and a half, we had all the rules set up. We had figured out what day we wanted it on, what time we were going to start, who was casting, and we had triple the funding we were looking for thanks to Barrett over at Hot Slugs.
Hot Slugs definitely coming in there.
Yeah.
He's done a pretty spectacular thing over there at hotslugs.com.
Oh, yes, he has. First of all, the website is fantastic. It's really nice to have something like that. But then seeing him come out and support other groups of we didn't know that was going to happen. Why would we even guess that Barrett from Hot Slugs would come out and support us like that? And he did, and it was awesome. So within an hour and a half, we had everything ready. We just didn't know what the date that it would start because we didn't know when the map was going to be released. So yes, if you guys want to get involved with that, you can actually type !NexARAMAS. That is the name of it. It's NexARAMAS. And it will take you to our sign up for next week's tournament. You can sign up as a free agent, as a team, and everything. Everything's random. It's all random. It's on the new map, the Lost Cavern map, I think is what it's called.
Can I just say that every time I hear the name NexARAMAS, NexARAMAS, like I just want to go play World of Warcraft.
Yes, that was
like,
the goal.
all the time. Like that. Outside of Old War, I know we're not talking heroes for the moment, but outside of Old War, Nax is probably my favorite raid.
Yes, it's a very good one, but that's where we came up with it because I think everyone in our admin group has played WoW at some point. I think that's a fair thing to say.
Like every time I hear it, like I just think about raiding.
Yeah, but that's kind of what it is. It's kind of like its own little raid. If you ever play on that map and play ARAM on that map, it is like its own little raid. It feels like a totally different game than Heroes of the Storm. It has all the same mechanics as far as your character goes, but beyond that, like map mechanics, it's orbs and kill the enemy core. That's it. Those are the only things there, and you can't heal. The fountain doesn't work. B doesn't work. It's awesome. I absolutely love it. So go get involved in that. Last week we had, I think, 200 players. An admin can put the actual number in the chat, but it was insane.
That's my kind of game. Infernal Shrines gonna be our map of choice after the map ban phase here.
Yeah, so getting into this hero draft and ban, it looks like the first ban again is Falstad. Get Body Nerds really does not want to deal with Falstad.
I don't think anybody wants to deal with Falstad. There were changes to his hammering and the build, but besides that, people still pick him for his other build. And it was just like he was the same Falstad over and over and over again. Then out of nowhere, he now becomes like first pick, first ban on like every map. Like there hasn't been that many changes on Falstad. Yes, the hammering build is different and it's strong, but it's not always what people are building towards. And yet, all of a sudden, Falstad is literally the most sought after hero in the game.
Yeah, which I like how your voice betrayed a little bit of what the hell is going on.
Like, why?
Yeah, you're exactly right, though. Why? And I think it's because he has the versatility of for a first pick, he has such versatility. If I first pick Zagara, which a lot of teams do, there are obvious counters to Zagara. I can draft counters to her. It's harder to draft counters to Falstad because if you draft blinds, for example, okay, great, I'll just go Mage Stat build. You did not stop me at all from dealing damage, from filling the role that I need to fill. If you draft people that can stun him out, yeah, that hurts, but then he can just, again, he could go Mage Stat if he wants for the extra range. He gets a lot of work done there. And he's a hard character to really draft against, I think, for a lot of teams.
I get the Zagara ban. Zagara's not as highly sought after as she was since her recent changes, but I would much rather see a Zul ban as opposed to a Zagara ban right away, because Zul on this map, when you talk about the shrines and the amount of damage and the clear that he gets on those guardians off the shrines, it's pretty deadly. Like, he's probably the best at it by far.
Yes, I think that's fair. That's like Zul has so much to offer. And I don't think he's still relatively new. He's not super new. Like Dahaka's the newest hero, obviously. But Zul, I think players still don't really know how to deal with him. Or how to mitigate what he does. Which can be a problem.
Which if you don't, then don't let him through. Ban him.
Yeah, but because they don't really know what he does, they don't know whether they should ban him or not. Or some people just don't care. They're like, sure, have a Zul. I don't mind. I love playing up against Zuls because typically they don't really know what they're doing.
Well, Get Body Nerds seem to have had an idea on the first game. They're going to pick up Li Ming and Rhaegar. And this is the only map that I'm not as big a fan on Li Ming of. And if you actually watch a lot of the competitive scene, a lot of pro teams will actually skip over Li Ming on this map. every one of her shots requires it to pretty much be hit. Her auto attack isn't going to do much. But if you talk about her arcane orb and her magic missiles, and you're fighting around the shrines themselves, and a minion gets in the way, a guardian gets in the way, and it procs one of those magic missiles or that arcane orb early, you're not getting full value out of Li Ming. That's not to say that there's not potential roams and potential openings. It's just much more difficult to do as much damage with Li Ming, who there's no real bad map for her, but if there was a map that's kind of really low on the totem pole, it would be this one. But they're going to go ahead and pick it up.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Li Ming, like this is a map where it's easy for things to get in the way, especially when you're trying to kill enemy heroes. Now, if you're trying to kill like the guardians on or around the shrines, sure, that's nice because she does tons of damage, and at a certain point, her magic missiles are able to do enough that somebody can walk in, auto attack once, and whatever it is dead. That's great. But I agree, you're not getting as much out of her on this map as you do on something like our last game, for example, like on Sky Temple.
Yeah, and they're going to go ahead and pick. Sylvanas is actually being picked up by Colossus this time, as well as Greymane. Now, this is pretty much going to leave ETC on the board for Get Body Nerds. I'd be really surprised if they go. I mean, obviously, Tahaka, I think, he's unproven, but on this map, you talk about his ability. I don't even remember the names of all of them, but the one where he does the area damage, he's able to move through minions. I think that would work really well on this map, but whether that's something anybody's had enough practice for yet, I don't know. But Greymane, Mirrodin, and Thrall. You talk about Sylvanas there, you've got the Wailing Arrow, but you've got to be careful with ETC. Wailing Arrow, if it's off cooldown, and you talk about the heroes that they have so far, that's a mosh pit potential that could be pretty devastating. But with Sylvanas there, at least you've got a little bit of backup. And so long as she holds onto that Wailing Arrow, you should be fine against an ETC, but potential ganks are still there.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% because I mean, Colossus, we're seeing Colossus kind of do what Get Bodied Nerd did last game. Their comp, actually, I think so far it's the exact same comp. If they pick up a what else do we have? I don't even remember.
They had the Zul and the Sylvanas, so.
Oh yeah, it was Zul. That's what I'm thinking of. Yep, you're right.
This is the part where I worry for Get Bodied Nerds. Greymane, he must be licking his chops at that back line between Li Ming and Lunara. And
yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say the only thing that Lunara has going for her is that she has a little bit of extra speed. That's it. But Greymane is so able to keep up with her to at least long enough to deal the damage that he needs to do to kill her. Whoever's playing that Lunara needs to play very conservatively and never have a positioning error, basically. Because if they do, she's dead.
One of the more common picks here, as far as a counter to that Nature's Toxin, is a Malfurion. If that is able to be spread around, those heals do tend to go out pretty well and counter a lot of what Lunara's damage does. And you talk about Tranquility as well to heal up. But the burst damage potential is there when you talk about Li Ming. When you talk about Zul, obviously, that Poison Nova, again, you talk about Malfurion able for those dots, or those hots to counter the dots, the heals over time versus the damage over time. Malfurion's a really good pick here. Whether it can actually keep up with that poison damage is going to really depend on the Malfurion build. That's what I'm going to be looking at to kind of see if he goes for, speccing into more healing, more spread heals to try and counter a lot of what Get Body Nerds is bringing to the table here.
Yeah, well, I bet he does because you have a pretty poison-heavy team on the other side, just with Zul if he takes his his Poison Nova ult, and with Lunara, who obviously her whole shtick is poison damage. So I think going into more heals for more people is probably the way to go here for that Malfurion, because Malfurion does a great job of denying that poison damage, and maybe that seems like why they picked him up.
I think 100%. You talk about the potential for Poison Nova. We'll probably see Skeletal Mages once again, but if Poison Nova does come out, I'd be really surprised because there's a Malfurion. And you talk about the Lunara Nature's Toxin. There's a lot of, heals that are going to be coming out there to counter a lot of that. Whether they can follow up on that and pick somebody off or not is going to be what we find out, as we'll see as the game goes on. The damage is there. It's just a matter of who can get back to the backside. But you also talk about if Greymane dives in, there's not a huge amount of heals. They're going to be coming out there for him to be able to say, hey, you know, I'm going to have this dive potential and know that I'm going to receive these big heals. It's not necessarily going to be there with a Malfurion. So how this pairs up together and whether Greymane can get to that back line against the Li Ming and against the Lunara is going to be the key, I think, to this victory. And we'll see how this plays out here on Infernal Shrines.
Yep, I think you're exactly right. And everyone's ready, but nobody's hit the start button yet. There we go. I think people forget that they actually have to hit the start button to make it all work.
Everybody just hit ready and sit.
Yep, it sits there. I did it during the ARAM tournament. I'll admit to it. I'm okay with that. Alrighty, let's see. We have Get Body Nerds on the right side and Colossus on the left. Of course, they can't make this easy on me and just stay on the same side they were.
Yeah, they swapped it on us. Well, Infernal Shrines activate the shrines, defeat the Guardians. The thing is it's a race to 40. If you get 39 and the other team gets 40, you get nothing. So make sure you're on point. That's one of the things that, you know, we've been seeing a lot here lately is the first Punisher not that strong. I like the fact that people are willing to give it up. I don't like the fact that they're willing to give it up for nothing in the sense that they don't leave one or two people around to try and snipe some of those kills. You talk about the distance that we have there. I love it when a team comes in, they'll send somebody else to a lane, maybe send two people away, and then they'll come in there and they'll say, hey, you know what? I'm going to be just fine because we're going to go and we're going to delay this, really get value out of that split lane. I just realized I think there's a Jesus head at the very top of this map.
What?
Am I the only one seeing this? You see a mouth and a beard and right above the Punisher's head.
Yeah, okay. All right, I'm with you.
It's there.
I'm there. Okay.
It's a Jesus head.
It took me a second, but yes, I see it. Or saw it, rather. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and introduce some of these teams. On the left side, we have Colossus with Panda Grape playing that Thrall, Playa playing that Malfurion, Trash Talk on Greymane there. Kemet on Malfurion, and Sylvanas playing by Necromongers.
Get Body Nerds on the right side for the red team. That's going to be Droplets on Zool. 3 to 3rd on Lunara. Astabroth on ETC. That must be one of the subs. A Rubies on Li Ming. And Mfu on Rhaegar.
Yeah, I think Astabroth is their sub. Probably just a little better of a ETC player than their main tank, or main warrior player, rather. So we'll see how this goes with their sub, and, you know, maybe this could go poorly. You never know, because this game is all about communication and being able to know when your teammates are doing what, you know, those kinds of things. We saw last game that Tyrande and Diablo could not land stuns together, so hopefully that doesn't hit them this game.
Yeah, we saw the party bush in that bottom lane. They were possibly looking for one of those early rotations when you talk about a team with Sylvanas, but already landing the skill shots there is Rubies on Li Ming. Got some good damage against Malfurion and Sylvanas already, as they're going to go ahead and continue with a 3-man rotation, or possible 4-man rotation, for we're going to see a 1-4 rotation out of both teams here.
Yeah, which I really like. The only thing I don't like about it is Lunara against Thrall in that top lane. Yeah, Thrall's still the stronger laner there.
Lunara's going to have her hands full, to say the least, but if she can get a little bit of poke damage as Thrall starts to come in, that's really going to help out. But these teams continue the rotation, and a little bit slow on the rotation, already out of sync, as you can see the power of Sylvanas already coming out here, and you can see Kemet says, hey, listen, guys, I've got our vision. The minute they roll up, go ahead and drop back with the Stormbolt coming out that backside. Kemet being stunned there by the power slide, but the Dwarf Toss is there. The roots come down. Astabroth gets out of there. And now it's time for the first shrine.
Yep, and I want to highlight the roots there. If Playa can keep those roots on point all the time, his team is going to have such a much easier time dealing with the ETC, with the Rhaegar, who has lots of movement, with Lunara, who has lots of movement. Those roots are going to be vital to this game.
They are going to be huge, and that'll be an interesting pickup at level 4 as we see Thrall in pursuit of Lunara saying, hey, wait a minute, I see you coming down. But the power is there. The Wisp goes out 3 to 3rd, getting just enough vision and just enough time as the Totem goes down, followed up by the power slide. The damage coming out, Trash Talking, a little bit of trouble, and Greymane goes down. Nice follow-up combination on top of that Totem that came out. So nicely done, nice team coordination there by Get Body Nerds doing the body in there, Captain.
Yeah, and it was great. Their Astrobroth is doing amazing. That was exactly what he needed to do. He power slid through, stunned him, and then moved in the way, pushed him back. The only thing I was concerned about was 3 to 3rd was getting low, and I wasn't sure Rhaegar was going to be able to chain heal from the distance he was at. But he got it off at the last second, and 3 to 3rd got out, no problem.
Now, we saw the rotation, Sylvanas, and we did see Malfurion were split lanes. They finally rotated up. With that early kill and with this early pickup, they went ahead and split Zul out, did get body nerds. So Zul in that bottom lane trying to get this experience advantage. We saw it last game. They still have a 15 Guardian lead here. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to follow up and steal any as that Arcane Orb hits absolutely nothing, but Kemet in a little bit of trouble. But if they can somehow snipe this Guardian, this is a huge win. But if not, this is exactly what I was talking about. I would love for them to go ahead and send Lunara up now. This is pretty much a wash, but they're rotating in here to try and take this Punisher.
Yeah, they don't necessarily need it, but it is an Arcane. It's still the strongest Punisher in this game. And Trash Talk is getting really low, and so is Necromonger's. If she doesn't get a heal, that Sylvanas is going down, but it looks like she was able to tap, so no problem. I think they're going to get this Punisher. I think Get Bodied has it. There we go.
Yeah, they had a little bit of split soak early, and it looks like they're going to go ahead and send Lunara out, and Zul's going to rotate to the bottom. I'm wondering if they're going to keep 2 people around to try and get some structure damage, but you can see the damage already coming out, not baited over the wall just yet. There it goes. And now the Punisher, he's going to get beat down very quickly. And this is what I'm talking about, the first Punisher, not much damage.
No, especially if you bait it right. If you don't, it lasts a little longer, it gets a little more in, just by the nature of it's only taking 2 shots instead of 4. But for all of you watching, if you're in a Hero League game with me and you don't bait it over, I swear to God I'm going to be upset with you, but I'm not going to say a word because I don't want you to tilt.
BM.
Just letting you know, please bait them over, please.
That is the #1 thing, as we now see an invasion down here at the camp. The power slide coming in, followed up by the Bone Prison, but able to dwarf toss out of that, is able to break it. But you take a look at level 7, that's the one where the skeletons come out. Or excuse me, that's level 4, but we see Muradin comes back in and goes down and pays for that.
Yeah, he should have stayed out a little bit longer. He had a heal over time from Playa on him, but he got bursted by a Li Ming. There's still, it doesn't matter how much heal over time you have, there's a Li Ming on the other team.
Yeah.
Just back off.
And it was level 4, the jailers come out, not level 7, and as you can see, they started to follow him, but turning back into that damage, again, when you're not fully healed, and it's just, you know, gonna heal you eventually, like you pointed out, that you're still gonna be dead.
Yeah. By the time you get healed, you're already dead, and you're at full health because you're sitting in the Hall of Storms.
Well, one of the things I definitely wanted to check on, and we talked about before the game, was the healing talents that were going to be there for Malfurion. We can see rampant growth. That's the initial heal increase there, as well as level 7, the duration of regrowth. So speccing into a lot of that to really try and deal with a lot of potential poison damage going to be coming out from Get Bodied Nerds.
Yeah, and I think this is exactly what he needed to do. I actually really enjoy running this build because it makes Malfurion's feel very powerful, even if it really isn't.
One of the interesting builds, though, we take a look at Rhaegar going with the Lightning Shield, both at level 1 and level 4. It's something we haven't been seeing a lot of lately. Perhaps they're trying out something different. Perhaps that's what really works when you talk about this map in particular, when it's prioritized for the objective. But you can see it looks like Colossus is going to be giving this up, but level 10 has been hit now for the side of Get Bodied Nerds.
Yeah, so that's going to give them a huge advantage here. Colossus knows they can't fight against the whole team with the other team having level 10. Get Bodied will absolutely destroy them in a heads-up team fight, and it looks like we may end up with a heads-up team fight. Wow, that Malfurion died fast.
Yeah, that doesn't take much. The Mosh Pit did secure 1 kill. Level 10 was hit in the meantime there with some of those structures going down in favor of Colossus. A 15 Guardian lead already, and 1 dead Malfurion means that they're going to be able to rotate down. That is Get Body Nerds and try and take some of this, but Kemet doing his best to prevent that.
Yep, he's trying, but I don't think there's a lot he can do. The unstoppable frames are helpful, and obviously that stun was very well done. Got 2 people. But he can't fight. He's, they're finally on even talent tiers, but Thrall's still in the top. He's just now heading down, and Lunara's going to spot him coming out because they don't know where Lunara is either at this point.
Well, Thrall already went back up and trying to get a little bit caught up here in terms of experience. They did a little bit to manage, did Colossus, and you can see they're trying to clear out this middle wave, but now they're dealing with a Mortar Punisher here in the bottom lane here, Captain.
Yeah, which Mortar Punisher, Mortar Punisher's not the strongest, but they do quite a bit of damage to buildings because people tend to stand near their buildings, and then the mortars go out, hit them, but that's not the issue here. The building is actually being absolutely destroyed by Lunara, who at level 7 decided, you know what, I want extra damage against non-heroic targets.
And this Mortar Punisher still has 50% of his health left. These front 2 towers are in definite jeopardy of going down as the damage coming out hot and heavy here. As you talked about, that poison damage is in full effect. Can they get this other tower down? Mind Control is being picked up and is used. Infu goes down, the only one with the cleanse. Rhaegar caught out. Mind Control making it, showing the piercing bolt coming out there. AETC in all kinds of trouble as Tranquility is hit. Astaroth in all kinds of trouble, not able to get out of there. ETC turns, goes down, but there's the Mind Control for the first time, Captain, showing its strength when there is no cleanse, and you use it on the healer. Who's going to cleanse you?
Yeah, exactly. We were talking about this earlier. There is no way out of that. And we were even saying, like, well, Wailing Arrow's still really good. It's still super powerful. It is. But apparently, Mind Control destroys healers. Apparently. That was fantastic. An excellent use of that ability to make sure that one of them could not stay. And it was the one who has peels and heals and just dead. Absolutely nothing. And the worst part about that is that feeling when your character starts moving and you're not clicking the button. I absolutely hate it, but it's so fantastic to see it used in a competitive scene.
Yeah, that was nice to see, and Rhaegar, of course, is going to be up there in that front line when you talk about the fact that he's a melee character, but he's going to have to probably resign a little bit to that back line. But surprisingly enough, all of that structure damage has a full level lead, and that killing a little bit that Colossus was able to get out, not able to keep up just yet, but they're finally on even talent levels again as they hit level 13 here.
Yeah, they sure are. Now, Sylvanas saw these 4 going in here. Okay, all right. I was wondering if they were going to try for it. I'm not sure anyone noticed Necromongers down there, but Necromongers definitely noticed them. Oh, no! That was fast.
The Party Bush Reign Supreme is Mind Control used again, but there comes the cleanse. Not able to get it. You've got to make sure and use that on the healer. It was a nice thought, but Cardone, that is a fairly long cooldown, 70 seconds. It's going to take a while before we see that again, but this could be the first shrine possibly going in favor of Colossus finally here, as they now have this 5-4 advantage and are on even talent levels.
Yeah, exactly. That was a great turnaround for them. Not only did they kill off ETC, the only warrior on the other team, but they also scared them by using Mind Control, which is fantastic. Now, one of the problems I have is I can't actually see the countdown timers because it's bugged. Are yours bugged too?
We got to get you on the new UI.
I am.
I'm on
the
current Ali independent one. They got to be careful with their positioning here. Astaroth looking for a mosh pit. You can see the positioning. He's trying to get in there. The Bone Prison was used on that back side. And now, is he going to get in there? He's looking for the slide. You talk about there is no Wailing Arrow here, as we now see the damage starting to come out there. The cleanse was used. The Ancestral Healing going down on Astaroth, but Li Ming in the back line goes down. And now the poison damage starting to go out. Rhaegar goes down there. Trash Talk able to get the heal, but the power slide in. The cleave there coming in, but Mind Control is being used. Zul in all kinds of trouble. Zul goes down. 3 to 3rd, getting in there with all of that poison damage, but not enough. As the Malfurion heals are reigning supreme, Necromonger's still in that back line, finally getting a heal there, and a 3-for-1 trade in favor of Colossus, starting to turn this game around, Captain.
Yeah, that was an excellent use of all their abilities. And my favorite part is Playa was totally out of mana for most of that fight, and yet still managed to keep everyone alive through all of it, which is insane because Necromonger's was so low. Panda was low. Nobody had health in that, and yet 3 to 3rd and Astabroth could do nothing to fight back. especially when that mind control came out on Zool, he was just stuck. There's nothing he could do.
When Greymane gets to your back line and sees a Li Ming back there, it is straight up dinner time, because Li Ming got absolutely eaten alive by the Worgen there, which really turned that fight around. If you're going to win with Li Ming, you better make sure that you have some burst damage, because those Lunara poison skills are only going to do so much, and you can see Malfurion says, hey, no poison, no arcane damage coming out from Li Ming, no problem. Poison I can deal with.
Yep, yeah, exactly right. And he did take Ice Block at 13, which I've been talking to NexARAMas, and he's like, if you're playing Malfurion and you don't take Ice Block, just quit playing. Which I mostly agree, especially in the competitive scene. I really like Life Seed, but it's because it makes me feel like I'm playing dangerously, which I am. It's not wrong, but it's an awful way to play the game. So that means that he's not gonna have Life Seed to help him out on those heals. But from these last couple of fights, he doesn't need it. He has been kicking butt without it.
Yeah, they've got to be careful. Kemet holding on to his Stormbolt as he finally gets it there. Dropless has to be careful. And now we see Trash Talk, but the mind control coming out once again. The cleanse does come out, Ancestral Healing going down. The Mosh Pit is hit. In comes the Disintegrate. Down goes Thrall. Down goes Mirrodin. Down goes Greymane. And you can see there it was. Greymane not able to get a kill on that backside. The power slide going in, playing all kinds of trouble. The body block is in. The ice block going to be used. I'm not sure if it's going to keep him alive. Bone Prison going down for good measure. That is 4 members down. And now it is an opportunity for them to push. And possibly, I would love to see them rotate down and get this bottom keep, but they're feeling brash enough that they're going to be able to take this middle keep here, Captain.
Yeah, I mean, they might as well. They still have 15 seconds until anyone else is up to even fight them. And behind this, they have a full minion wave and a sliver of health left on that. And they have a Zool. Zool's going to eat up these shots from these buildings. They don't care. That's a keep for them. They're going to go top. They're even letting their fort die top. No big deal. They'll get this Punisher. They'll push with it. Probably get the top keep as well, since one of the towers is down. They have a lot going for them right now. They need another good team fight, and they've got smarter though, because as soon as mind control went out, ETC power slid into that Sylvanas. Just instantly, nope, I don't want you doing this, which was exactly what they need to do, because besides ETC, with his stun and cleanse, they have no way to get rid of mind control.
Well, the invasion is here. No mosh pit for a while. We see that Ghanaian cocktail coming in there. Kemet on that backside is starting to get bodied in there. Panda Grape is in all kinds of trouble. Rhaegar does finally go down there. And there you can see the invasion coming in, trying to get greedy, get these camps. Yes, it was on your side, but you got to be aware of your map there. And they got flanked upon and ended up losing Rhaegar in the process, and this could cost them another Punisher here.
I think it will. They don't really have a way to fight against that, but the problem that Colossus has now is the other team,
they're going for keep in this bottom lane. I love this call right now.
They're just going to pressure. Why not? Why should they not just take this keep?
They can get this keep, drop back, and still have time for dinner and to be able to defend against that Punisher in the top lane.
That's exactly right. They have so much damage, especially with Lunara's poison. They don't even have to kill it. They just have to make sure the poison will kill it after they walk away.
And now look at this. 3 members all backed on the side of Colossus, and that's really not going to do them any good because it's too little too late. They do have to be careful. Mind control, droplet. This is going to be a dead Zool there.
Yeah, he does get the Poison Nova off, which I think was a good plan. I'm not sure what the timer on that is.
That's 90 seconds. That's a pretty lengthy time. When you talk about this Punisher, now going to be pushing this top lane, and they're almost at level 20 is that of Get Bodied, but they're down Zool right now for another 40 seconds. If they can get a push here, a good push, this could be a keep, and if they lose a member or two, you know, they could be missing that potential damage because this could be game if they're not careful.
Yes, it could be, but if it's not game, they have so much pressure in the other 2 lanes that this could quickly turn around. And Playa looks like he is disconnected. We're going to get a pause here. Nobody wants to go into this a man down. And Bot Malfurion, probably not the best healer in the game.
They still need him around. But yeah, I like the bait that was over there on the side of Get Body. They baited it over. They were able to burst it down before the rotation got into place there for Colossus. So not getting a ton of value out of this. You can see the damage going out. I love the little particle effects that are frozen right now. but they need to take down this tower and get right back out of there. I don't know if they want to force this issue. They still have a 5-on-4. I can't see if they've hit 20 yet.
I
No,
don't
they
believe
haven't
they.
because the talents aren't
Yeah,
up.
yeah, they have
But
not hit 20. Neither team has hit 20 at this point, so they could force it. I don't like them forcing it. The other team is pretty much at full health. They have their healer still up. Zul's up in 20 seconds.
yeah, I think they just need to
I
take
think
that
they,
tower
yeah,
back out.
I think they should just back out, clean up around their base because over here in the mid lane, there are two camps pushing with a full minion wave. And those are siege. Like that will hurt your core if you let it, if you just let it go. And on the bottom, there's catapults going on the bottom too. There's an open minion camp down there, so if get bodied rotates, they can get that minion camp or that mercenary camp again, another siege, and push this bottom lane as well. So I think Colossus should back off here.
There's, I think, a double pause there. They don't take that tower, so they're just going to go ahead and back off and take what they got. They get one tower out of it. That's pretty much it, Captain.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't really see an issue with that. They also have pressure on this lane, though. And one tower down means that eventually minions will kill that tower. So I like this. They're backing off. They're cleaning up. It's exactly what they need to do to make sure that they don't start losing core health for no reason.
Well, we're going to see a rotation down to the bottom. Try and prioritize these camps. That's going to allow the continued push and keep the pressure on that bottom lane. They do have Sylvanas, does Colossus, so it's going to be able to defend. But if you can keep these rotations up and keep somebody on their heels, I mean, you take a look at it. The next fight's going to be 20 and 20. It could very easily decide the game.
It may not be 20 and 20. It looks like an invade is going on here.
This is a little surprising if they try and force the action here.
I don't know. I think they should. They have a talent tier up. They have all 5 of their people. I think I would have liked to see a fight there. It maybe wasn't the best engagement, but it was definitely better when they had a talent tier up because in about a second they're not going to.
Yeah, it's definitely even now, but they do still have all the lane pressure in the world. The thing that we do see from time to time is when you talk about Infernal Shrines, you talk about the fact that it takes, 40 Guardians to be able to proc that Punisher. If you can delay, eventually those catapults are going to be pushing in that lane if they're not cleared out early enough before that goes on. So if you can delay those fights long enough, somebody's eventually going to have to be back, or that's going to be core. It's going to be core damage that you don't want to have to deal with and, look for a possible, backdoor later in the game. But 30 seconds until the next shrine. I would love to see Lunara backed up. They're looking for the party bush instead. And will we have it here, Captain?
We might. This is a good spot for it, but I think they just gave up their positioning there with that
the lightning shield.
With that lightning shield, yeah. Kemet is still probably in a lot of trouble, though. He does pop Avatar, so he's going in. He does not care. And Get Bodied is on the run here a bit. They need a good mosh pit. Oh, mind control. Mosh, no! Yeah, this is going to turn on them very quickly.
Yeah,
Colossus just doing exactly what they need to do here to get this fight. Li Ming might be able to kill one, but she can't take down a whole team.
Yeah, but take a look at this. Lunara possibly looking to posture up, and I don't want to see Lunara show yet. Don't show. Wait for your team. Lunara's... But this is going to send somebody back really early, and you're not going to get much out of this.
No, but they're going to get pressure. They might... Oh, she does tons of damage to buildings.
I'm surprised they didn't rotate back the minute they saw her, but now 3 to 3rd. In all kinds of trouble. There's the Galloping Gate at level 20, able to get out of there pretty quickly, but could they mount up? They sent 3 people back once again. I feel like they're giving up so much for this, but we take a look back here. Kemet in a little bit of trouble. That Bone Prison going out. Ruby's trying to get, now lands the shot on Necromongers, trying to get those skill shots in. Stormbolt doesn't hit. Ruby's in hot pursuit, but Kemet able to heal up there, and you can see turning this around and trying to stay in this fight right now. Ruby's got to be very careful. There's that Shadow Dagger coming out. Now everybody's back up, but I'm not sure if it's going to be in time here.
Nope, this Punisher is definitely going the way of Colossus. There's nothing that they can do to stop it. Get Bodied was not in a position to do it. I did like the play on the keep, or on the core. I think you were right in the end. I think they should have waited. But the problem with waiting was eventually the minions were going to push that up, and people were going to come back anyway to defend. So 3 to 3rd said, you know what, I'm going to try and get as much damage as I can. Let's do this.
That could have been potential Guardians, though, taken down. Like, delayed it, stolen it. You talk about Nature's Culling at level 7. That's a lot of damage. But now we're looking at a Punisher, Arcane Punisher, pushing here in the middle. You see it's already going down. It's starting to get on the core. I mean, on the keep. But you can see the Mind Control coming in. Ancestral Healing is going to keep ETC alive. Can they turn this fight around? It doesn't look like they want to engage here.
No, I don't think they should either. They kind of just want to make them back off. They're still in a very good position. They have no keeps down. There are mercenaries on the core at this point. Well, a group of minions just spawned, so not quite on the core. They're almost on the core. And now they need a fight. Mind control has been blown. They know they have probably another 40, 45 seconds before that's up. So
they have no ancestral healing, and now you can see the rotation up here to the top. Kemet is getting in there. You can see the stun coming out, but these teams are just going to sit here and poke back and forth until somebody fully commits as the Bone Prison does come out here, Captain.
Yeah, and if you're just poking, Colossus does not win the poke war. Like, unless they can get an awesome Sunder off or something,
no ancestral healing here. That ETC got deleted.
Yeah, he sure did, but I felt like they could have gotten a kill. They're not going to, though. Droplets is still trying in the back line, but there's nothing going on. This could be game.
This Mind Control going to go ahead and grab Lunara. Says, hey, wait a minute, don't you go anywhere. That is 4 members down in Cardone. All they have to do is walk up, knock on the door, and let themselves in, because I believe this is going to be game here.
Yeah, there's nothing that Rubies can do by herself on that Li Ming to do anything, to fight back. There's nothing here for her to do. Like, we complain all the time that Li Ming seems super powerful, but in a 1v5, she's just one hero.
When you're not landing your skill shots, it's definitely going to be hard to ward them off, and you don't want to be facing Muradin there. And Muradin in hot pursuit, and this is going to be GG. Get bodied, nerds. Getting bodied here as Ruby's not able to keep him down. And Ruby's goes down for the final blow of the game. Colossus taking the win here.
Yeah, and it was a really well-played game. It was a back and forth. I love that. I think it was fantastic. But that last fight there really cost him. ETC dying so quickly meant that there was nothing they could do. And he tried to get the mosh pit off at the last second to make sure that that he could mosh 4 people out, but he was just too low, and with no ancestral left to heal him up, there's nothing you can do.
Not at all. I was really surprised that they forced the action. Ancestral was down. ETC was way up on the front line, got stunned out, and got taken down really quickly. And when you don't have the heals there, that's a really tough position to be in. So a little bit of a misplay there by ETC.
Yeah, it definitely was. It definitely was. That stun really killed him, and that's kind of unfortunate. Like, it cost them the game, and there's, what do you do after that? Your warrior's dead. Excuse me, Zool died pretty quick after that. So it's a weird situation to be in. They all tried to back off. Apparently, the range of that mind control is a lot further than I thought it was. And mind controlling a Lunara is apparently awesome as well, because she moves so fast, it doesn't matter how far away she is, you can just bring her right back.
It was definitely a good call to grab that at the last minute. But you can see a few positional mistakes on the side of Get Body Nerds really turned a lot of fights against them, and Colossus is able to capitalize on. They're going to be moving on here.
Yeah, and which is excellent. We've seen them play a couple of times. They haven't won as far as I know. I think it's great that they are moving on, and I think we actually already have our next draft about to get ready in just a second. It looks like it is going to be 40 Hands versus OG Venom as soon as OG Venom gets into the draft here. And I will send you a link as soon as I get one.
I'll just predict it.
Okay, go for it.
Nostradamus.
But while we're waiting on that, let's take a look at some updated brackets, shall we? Everyone, here's some brackets. Let me zoom in because that's really small. So we have OG Venom versus 40 Hands here at the top. They are in the best of 3. Next, Gale Force Esports playing up against Globe Gluttony. The gentlemen did not make it through, which was kind of surprising. I've seen them play pretty well, and they've done great in the past, but they got beaten by by Globe Gluttony, which I don't recognize the name of that. I'm gonna look at some people on the team and see if I recognize any of that. No, I don't know any of those guys. Okay, cool. That's awesome. Love seeing that. Colossus and Psycom Esports are going to play. That ought to be an interesting game as well. And Blank and OG Carnage as well. Down to the round of 8.
Go DJ.
And as soon as we get a draft link here, guys, we will
That's my DJ.
get us in.
DJ Tyrant.
Oh, boy. That was a pretty good game, though. I was surprised by the use of mind control, but it was obviously effective.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that you have to be, because it's a newer talent, you might not be as familiar with it. So when you go back and watch, you're going to take a look, you're going to see Rhaegar in a bad position, and he got caught out. It was basically after that first mind control, Colossus said, wait a minute, I think we're actually okay. They really turned the fights around after that, and every fight they won pretty handily after all of those. Then you see mind control coming in a little bit later, so it worked really well in their favor.
Yeah, it's like you said, it is a new talent. It's a new heroic for somebody, which is fantastic. But seeing how effective it is, it absolutely destroys any mistake made. Like, it capitalizes on a misclick, on a mispositioning of a hero, and it capitalizes in a hard way, in an absolute brutal way, and I love that. I think that's fantastic.
I'm just checking out the bracket and stuff, seeing how this is playing out myself.
Yeah, it's an interesting. We have an interesting mix of people in the left in the game, or in the tournament rather. A couple of new names rather. 40 Hands, for example. Not seen that team play, but they beat North American rivals, who we have seen play before. OG Venom ended up beating AFK Epic Play. It's a good mix. I love it. I absolutely love it.
I mean, it just makes me feel like go DJ.
Of course. Alrighty, while we got a second, I want to also send a shout out, I guess, to our friends at Sweet Synergy. They have a tournament similar to ours running on Tuesdays, so you can sign up for that as well. And I believe, Jay, you're actually casting that one this week.
I did last week. I think somebody else is going to be doing it this week. I'll be doing it the week after this.
Do I have my weeks messed up? I must have my weeks messed up.
I did week 1, unless I missed a week, because I don't know anymore.
You know what? When you cast so many
Tuesday?
things, I don't think you cast it on Tuesday.
I did it the week before last.
Yeah, so I think it's your turn again. I'm glad I could remind you. Let me go to my Google Drive.
I don't have real days anymore. Like, it's just like one long timeline.
Let me pull up the schedule and we can both get clarification here. So the day of April 5th, rather, which is in 2 days, I have you casting.
Is that week 3?
Yes, it is week 3.
Where have I been?
I apparently lost.
I apparently missed a week.
Yep, that's okay. So, yeah.
All right, that's me.
Alrighty. Glad we got that sorted. That would have been confusing on Tuesday if nobody showed up.
Oh, man.
That's all right. I get it. There's so many esports events going on for amateur scenes right now that it is very difficult to keep track of who's on what day.
It's not that. It's just like I don't remember days anymore. Like they just don't exist.
That's fair. When this is your life, that's just kind of how it works.
I fell asleep last night watching Worlds. It was so late, I finally just passed out. I missed the last game, but I knew MVP after the first 2 games was going to win, so I didn't really feel like I missed much.
That's fair. That's fair. So I got one last shout out to the people over at Matcherino. They are helping us out with funding this season's prize pool. So you can put in !Matcherino. It'll give you a link to a website. Sign in with your Twitch account. And if you put in the code word NexVerse, you get to donate a free $1 to us. It costs you nothing. You put in that code word, it'll say, hey, you're donating $1 to the NexVerse Season 4 tournament. You hit confirm or finish or whatever the button is at the bottom. It sends $1 to us. It is fantastic. It is just them trying to help out the esports scene here, and we absolutely love that. We think it's fantastic that they want this to work for us, and it helps us put that money towards the prize pool. Every single dollar that you guys donate, whether you donate it through our keyword NexVerse or through your own pocket, which we've had people do, and that's fantastic. All that money goes straight to the winners of Season 4.
So what you're saying is it doesn't go to my PayPal.
It does not. It does not go to your PayPal.
All right, I'm out.
All right, sorry. Yes. So if that's the case, I guess I need to get a new caster for tonight. All right, because always solo cast. I can put Santorini Grease up again. That was fun last week. But yes, all that money goes straight to the players. That we don't touch a dime of it. Maturino's not touching a dime of it. It goes straight to the players. So please go there, support those guys because they are fantastic. They do everything really well for us. Like they came to us, said, "Hey, look, we want to help you out," and we thought that was awesome. So go there, donate $1, donate more if you want. You're welcome to donate however much you want to. And the best part, they put your name on a list in order of how you donated. So, for example, Bleedy's donated $21 so he could beat Frustrated like 2 weeks ago. and it was just so he could be at the top of the list. I know it was. Don't try and argue this with me, Bleedy's. I know you're out there. I know you'll do it. You were wrong.
Zixie.
Yeah. So, it looks like we have almost the entire map ban done.
Give me Cursed Hollow or give me death.
Well, I guess you're dying. Sorry, buddy.
All right. Once again, I'm out.
Wow, that was twice in like a minute and a half.
First ban Zagara? 40 hands?
I mean, you know, I would still first pick Zagara, but that's me. She's my main. I absolutely love Zagara. I love playing her. I don't feel bad on any map with her. So I understand why you might want to ban that, but there's other people that I would ban before that. Like Zool.
Falstad first pick now?
Or Falstad.
Falstad first pick incoming, 40 hands, make it so.
Yeah, it's a good first pick. This is a good map for him anyway. And it looks like they might be going for Li Ming though.
OG Venom first pick Falstad, make it so.
You're gonna be really upset if Falstad just does not show up.
If Falstad makes it through these first 2 pick phases, I'm gonna be blown away. Like I wouldn't be surprised to see a Falstad and Thrall. Like Falstad Thrall, you're good. Oh,
now this I definitely want to see.
Illidan, maybe yes.
I absolutely want to see an Illidan. Come on, just lock it in for me, please.
They're about to dip into their time pool. There they go. I'm really surprised that they're picking Illidan so early. That gives 40 hands the opportunity to really counter this draft.
Yeah, it sure does. But they do pick up Joanna to get rid of one of those blinds, which is a good counter to Illidan. Smart move, also picking up one of the possible counters, especially since odds are good. They're not going to pick up Artanis. I don't see an Artanis getting picked here. I love Artanis, but
is the stream alive?
It's
ripping my screen.
Oh, yeah. I have no dropped frames, so I'm not sure what's going on. No, stream is dead.
Oh, it's back.
Is it back?
Oh, they're hovering Lily here. Lily was one of those back in the day counter towards Illidan because she can blind, and Illidan relies almost only, on his auto attack. Will we see it? Will we see the return of Lily?
We could. I mean, again, nope. All said.
Finally. Finally. Look, if Illidan dives in, just blow him away.
Yeah, exactly. Just if you blow him up, he dies anyway, and it's fantastic. So
be careful there with Li Ming in the back. I'm really curious to see if they're going to have any type of proper peel. Will we see somebody like an Uther? Like, I would love to see an Uther ban here by OG Venom to prevent that stun on Illidan, and look at that.
Yeah, well, and it also prevents Illidan's target from just being immune to everything Illidan does.
Yeah.
Which they need. They absolutely need. So what are you thinking about the ban for 40 hands?
I think they have a lot on their hands. I would love to see like a Tassadar ban here. You know, I know that you talked about it earlier about how Tassadar isn't necessarily required, for an Illidan, but I would love to see a Tassadar ban here. I think this would help out quite a bit in terms of keeping those shields off, allowing them to try and find something, some way to spec into Illidan here or into the group play. And I think there's a lot of potential, when you talk about Tassadar, maybe like a Tassadar Brightwing, especially when you talk about this map and the global presence of Brightwing. And they're hovering over Tassadar right now, and it looks like that might be the ban, and they went ahead and locked it in.
Yeah, and like we were saying earlier, you don't have to take a Tassadar with an Illidan anymore, but Tassadar and Illidan are still fantastic together.
I feel in the competitive scene that you have to. Like, I feel like a solo healer for Illidan isn't going to be enough. So will we see? I think now we're going to see a Rhaegar Tyrande. I really do.
Well, it depends what you have, because solo heals do work for Illidan, but I think the only one that really works is Morales.
I don't even know for Morales when you talk about how deep Illidan goes on some of these.
That's true.
Muradin and Jaina, a little surprised here.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Or Malfurion.
Of the Malfurion pick as a healer for Illidan. I don't know. That seems weird to me. Am I missing something?
OG Venom, man, like Illidan needs some heals. Like I get it. He can heal himself in there. Lily back on board. He can heal himself. Malfurion can put the heal over time on him, and maybe it's enough to keep him alive. But if anybody gets stunned out in the middle of that, like this is the thing. Lily can blind him. Sonya is a nice peel and a nice counter to Illidan. And they're still possibly finally Lily here.
Yeah, we knew they were going to pick him up eventually, but when do you pick him up? That's the question. That's the hardest part about drafting is determining when you pick up what heroes.
Li Ming on the back line can peel with the help of Falstad, Muradin, and Sonya, and then of course the blind coming out for Lily. Sonya and Falstad can blow up an Illidan. And when you talk about the fact that he's not going to be able to heal himself during those blinds and you've got Sonya and Falstad on you and your only healer is a Malfurion, you better hope that you're landing shots, else you're going to be in trouble. A stun from Sonya, a stun from Falstad. This Illidan comp, and they're hovering Nazebo. They picked the Witch Doctor here, Captain.
That I don't know what to think about. I love watching Nazebos play because they're fun. They have a cool kit. Nazebo has a weird playstyle, and I love that. But he's not that strong. He has a lot of issues right now.
Ever since the spiders got nerfed, like people just don't play him anymore.
Yeah, and he's still good. He's fine. But typically in the competitive scene, you don't see fine heroes being played. You see good heroes being played. So the Nazebo pick, I don't know. And the biggest issue they have with this is the only person that can't get out of a wall, really, is Lily.
I can only imagine, hopefully, and it's really hard to land a wall of zombies, but then you talk about Ravenous Spirit and you talk about Illidan, maybe it can get to that back line, maybe it can wreak havoc, but they're going to have their hands full with the draft here from 40 Hands. If Li Ming stays alive and they're able to peel for her between Falstad, Sonya, and Mir, the thing I worry about, when you go up against an Illidan, you can't dive and then have Illidan dive back against you, and you have Li Ming on that back line. So 40 Hands just has to create a wall, and whenever Illidan decides to go in, stun him out, take him down. I feel the potential is definitely there with this composition.
Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for that Illidan. He's going to have a hard time doing really anything in the in against this team. Their stuns, their slows, their blinds. Like what does he do? I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see how they work this, how they make it happen. They may, maybe they have some weird plan in place that we're not seeing, but I doubt it. I highly doubt it.
It's definitely going to be interesting. I haven't seen Lily in a competitive game in a very
It's been a while.
Long
it's been a while. That's for sure.
A very long time. But maybe this new Illidan meta, I don't know. Like, I feel like, so the Asmodunk skin is about to come out, and they're doing a new skin for Lily, which looks amazing.
Yep.
Like, looks really awesome. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some minor tweaks to Lily in the near future, and that way it kind of gets people hype about playing her. and hype about buying that skin. Call it a marketing, I am
Yeah.
Nostradamus for the night, but it's possible. It's possible.
Yeah, it is possible. And they've been redoing a lot of heroes. We just had what, 5
Major.
major talent shifts. Um, so maybe they'll redo Lily as well. Maybe she's on the list. I know, like, they're already talking about redoing Zagara a little bit, just a couple of things, because right now she has pretty much a set list of talents that you take. The only one that really, really gets changed around is her level 7. Pretty much everything else is straightforward. So they will probably want, excuse me, they'll probably want to redo her a little bit. And Artanis is getting a shorter ranged Zealot charge added to his kit, which means we'll probably end up seeing him a little more in that. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Could be interesting.
One of the players asking if they can stream it. They can, but if you do, you might want to put a stream delay on your own, else somebody can easily just go and find your stream and see what you're doing.
Yeah, so we require a 2-minute delay. So everything you guys are seeing, we said 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's we'll see how that works. And one of them is going to be back in just a second, and there we go. They're back. We're getting started. And it looks like we are going back to Sky Temple.
Is it no shave April? Because I haven't shaved yet.
I actually just trimmed, which is weird because I also got a haircut. That was the wrong button. There we go.
The haircut was the wrong button?
Well, no, I hit F4 instead of F3. It could have been. I don't know. Look.
Wrong button, ended up with a haircut.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I don't vending machines now. I just don't understand them. But yeah, it feels good to have short hair again. That's for sure. That's for sure.
Short hair, don't care.
Yeah, well, it's super curly when it's long, which can be a pain. But to each their own. 40 hands. All right, cool. Got the name set back up so we can jump back into the game. Oh, good. Perfect timing. Alrighty, let's go ahead and introduce some of these teams, shall we? On 40-hand side, the blue side, we have Steven playing that Li Ming. We have Black Spade on... That's a Muradin, right? Oh, okay. That skin's really cool, but it trips me out sometimes. On a Muradin, Hylek playing that Sonya. The JRM playing Lily and Titanics on Falstad.
OG Venom on the right side in red. That's going to be Van Hyde and Johanna. Endless Pain. Man, that's threatening on Nazebo. Reaper on Illidan. SS Radius on Jaina. And World Jammer on Malfurion. Both teams going for Vision here, Captain.
Yeah, I hate it when everyone goes to die for the smiley face. Teams do it all the time.
Sonya in all kinds of trouble, already gets taken out, but they're turning already on Reaper. Is he going to be able to get out of there? The Condemned is going to save them, but now Johanna in all kinds of trouble. The Condemned saved your team, but didn't save you, as that is a 1-for-1 trade there for Vision.
Yeah, I guess it's fair, it's even, but yeah, people running up there, because typically you can just let the other team take it, and then about 20 seconds later, just go pick it up. Nobody's going to stop you. So,
well, looking at Illidan, that level 1 talent, Unending Hatred, that seems to be the one of choice. And now in the bottom here, Endless Pain in all kinds of trouble, gets blown in upon by Falstad. The stun comes out from Muradin, showing early value there between a Muradin and that flight from Falstad.
That's true. So let's actually touch on this Illidan pickup for a second. Unending Hatred. Every minion you kill gives you 0.1 attack damage, and every takedown gives you 1 attack damage. When you reach 20, you automatically get a bonus 10 attack. And it continues stacking after that, but you never get the bonus again. This is one of those new quest talents, which a lot of the community is kind of, mixed as to how they feel about it at this point. But I like them. I think they're all right in the competitive scene. I don't like them so much in the amateur scene, or at least in like Hero League and stuff, because people will solo queue play all day long to get their quests done for no reason, and that can be frustrating. but I think it's good in a competitive scene.
Well, Endless Pain 1v1 in the bottom lane against Faustad. The rest of the teams, they're splitting both the temples. This is something we see quite often. They both split the temples, but the early advantage already in favor of 40 Hands. You can see a little bit of experience there from those early kills, and you can see also soaking in these lanes. Both teams soaking lanes and splitting these temples here.
Yeah, which is great. This is the way you do it, but the problem being 40 Hands has a very good advantage here. We're 2.5 minutes in, and they already have a level advantage.
Yeah, and they're already putting in work, and Van Hyde in that top lane has to be careful. Not going to go down, though, as we can see both teams starting to retreat back. But in that bottom lane, TitanX has absolutely been bullying that of Nazeebo down there.
Yeah, that can be a rough fight for Nazeebo, especially early game. Later on, when he gets a little tankier, it's not as big of a deal. But TitanX has not had an issue dealing with this. He's going to have an issue against Reaper.
Yeah, Jaina went down, I believe, in that top lane up there as we see that rotation coming in. Li Ming now going to rotate down, try and support Mirda, but no, circling back around there, possibly looking to take out. This is 3 members. Will we get that spear in there for the stun? The heals coming out. They're in hot pursuit, not able to finish the job there, but that fort is very close to going down, and they are almost at level 7 already here, Captain.
Yeah, this has been a very quick early game from them. They have been soaking all 3 lanes, which I actually really like. We don't see that enough. We don't see teams soaking every lane often enough. But on the other side, Reaper and Endless Pain are doing exactly what Illidan is designed to do, and going and taking Merc camps, which is precisely what they need to do. Now the problem is, Illidan needs to go up and take that Bruiser camp at the top, because any second now, the bottom shrine is going to spawn.
Yeah, this is a great call. 40 Hands timing it well. They're going ahead and grabbing their Bruiser camp. Now they're going to hearth back and heal up and get their mana in time for this next temple that's about to come up any moment now. And I'm really surprised they haven't answered that with a Bruiser camp of their own, which means that Jaina and Malfurion are going to have to stay up here and clear it. But did they cap it a little bit early? Did 40 Hands, because the temple's still not spawned yet?
Yeah, it looks like they did cap it a little bit early. There's the temple finally, but this is still something that they have to deal with. Like, SS Radius is going to have to put some damage on these guys if they want to make sure they're done. That means that it is a 4v3 at the bottom here. Now, Titanics is pretty hurt, so he can't really dive in, but it's still a 4v3, and the team is still moving, and they're missing their healer, and that's the worst part.
We see the engagement now starting to come in down here. Black Spade in there. He's going to have to Dwarf Toss out, but now getting caught in the roots is that of Sonya trying to get out of there, and it does manage to do just that, but nobody quite on point yet. Now they're on point, and they're starting to get shots from this temple. Full level lead still in effect, and I really feel like OG Venom has to force a fight here.
Yeah, I think they do. I think they have to try and get on this. They're not in any kind of advantageous situation, though. That's the problem. World Jammer's at half health and half mana. Like, he could go down quick. Radius is almost out of mana altogether on that Jaina, and Van Hyde is absolutely getting destroyed.
No more stun, or no more blind going to be there, but Illidan about to be taken down as the barrel roll in by Faustad, and now they're in hot pursuit, and you can see the Arcane Aura being blocked there by the minion waves and not able to follow up on that damage. But World Jammer low on health. They're going to have to back out. While they did start to turn that fight around, they took a lot of damage in the process. This temple is going to go to that of 40 Hands.
Yeah, Jay, how I really like how they managed to really defend that temple well. And I was really surprised, extremely surprised to see that they lost a hero. I figured OG Venom would be able to get out, but they just dove hard and could not make anything of it.
Well, taking a look at level 10, you talk about the potential there. Leap is going to be there. Is that a counter towards Illidan for when he dives in to leap on top of him? Are they looking to counter there and possibly look at Jaina on that bag line the minute it all goes out? This is going to be fun. The stun going down. Iron Skin is going to be used. The follow-up there by Faust that does get the kill, but Illidan now diving in. Mighty Gust coming out, keeping them off. Jugs are keeping Faustad alive and keeping this fight going for 40 Hands.
Yeah, but we also saw a slight play mistake in there. Titanics gusted Illidan away right as Hylek leapt with that Sonya. So one of those heroics was absolutely wasted.
Well, that is what Leap was chosen for, and now we see Titanics going in and flying down, trying to maximize every second that he can to continue this soak. At level 11 to 9, they still have their heroics. Disintegrate and Avatar is still there as we see Mighty Gust already back up. I think it's just a matter of time until we see that one nerfed just a little bit, but Highlight going ahead, whirlwinding out of that wall of zombies pretty easily.
Yep, and like I said earlier, almost everybody has a way out of that zombie wall. It's Lily. They have to catch Lily in it. Anyone else, they just leave.
Well, the rotation to the top lane, that Bruiser camp was finally picked up, but we see Lily up there not able to get any damage on that front wall as the rest of the team already caught back up. But now, taking a look, they're starting to shift their focus towards this bottom lane, taking out some of that front gate, taking down a tower. So starting to turn this fight around a little bit right now is OG Venom.
Yeah, they're getting some good lane pressure on. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough. Falstad down here is going to be able to take out this last siege giant, and it looks like we have a fight going down, and it is a 2v4. It's not looking good.
Yeah, not at all. Jugs are going to come out, but can it keep up with the amount of damage that is coming out? They aren't able to take them down just yet. Sonya and Mirrodin are just fine. Tranquility Pop in return, trying to keep out the Mighty Gust. Will it come out there? Falstad flew up, didn't see a good opportunity, went ahead, barrel rolled out of there, saving that for another fight, not willing to put that back onto his team. And now we see down on the bottom, we see Nazebo down there grabbing stacks, but understanding that they don't see anybody on the map. He's going to go ahead and rotate out. I think this is a good call there.
Yeah,
but
smart.
Nice. Yeah, OG Venom. Now I'd love to see them rotate to the top and try and get those. They got a few shots, but it looks like they're looking for a possible re-engage here.
This is a scary re-engage because just a little bit of soak and they're a talent tier down. It takes very little for them to hit wow, I cannot even talk. I'm sorry. Because that team fight just started and Joanna got bursted down immediately, and there are the level 13 talents, and there's the Mighty Gust as well. This is becoming a problem.
There's the Raven of Spirit coming out, not able to get a kill there, and Illidan is going to pay with his life in the process, and now we see the Dwarf toss over Black Spade in hot pursuit. You see Nazebo trying for the juke there. The leap does come in, comes down, and down goes Nazebo, but that is a huge opportunity for them. I'm not even sure if it was necessary. It was a matter of time, and Jugs here, I guess they're using Jugs to heal up because now they're on the boss captain.
This is a great play. I absolutely love it. I was confused at first why they were using Jugs. I was like, just back and get health and mana. But no, they're using Jugs because they said, hey, look, we're already here. Let's get the boss. They're not going to stop us. Why not? And it's perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Yeah, they grab that. That boss is going to be pushing, and guess what? That top temple has not even been touched yet. Now, will they rotate up? We see Falstad there. I would love to see Falstad stay on this and then fly up and meet the rest of his team. Lily hearthing back. This is one of those moments where if Lily had hearthed back already, Falstad could already be in position to fly up if that mount is available, and they could contest this top temple being up a talent level here.
Well, they already can because they can see 3 of them on the map right now. They don't have to worry about Falstad flying up because he's just chasing this Malfurion around.
Yeah, we see Illidan and Jaina down there, Nazebo on the bottom, and now they're in hot pursuit. Mighty Gust coming out once again, but not very good positioning on that. But now we see the Tranquility. The leap came down, did the leap come in? The leap came down once again, and they followed up on that. Johanna goes down in the process, and yet another temple is going to go to that of 40 hands. Are they going to try and grab a camper? It does look like that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, who's going to stop him? Nazebo and Illidan and a Jaina? Good luck. Go ahead. By all means. Come get us, is what they're saying. You want it? Come get us. You don't know how many people we have on the shrine. We'll take that fight any day.
Falstad flying down to the middle. I love their rotations right now. They're using every bit of Falstad's mobility to continue to try and get this soak. And if you take a look at this, Captain, those last few kills have given them an even bigger experience lead. They're almost at level 16 while their enemy just now hit level 13.
Yeah, and that is going to be a huge gap here in just a second when they hit 16. 16, of course, a massive power spike for many characters. Most heroes have just absolutely massive power spike there. And if OG Venom wants to fight, they got to do it before 16. But it's so close that they're not going to get the opportunity.
Well, I need you to go ahead and report back to Inverum. that Life Seed was picked up at level 13 for Malfurion. No ice block there. So that could actually be, if they're actually paying attention to the talent choices, will we see somebody like Sonya go ahead and try and leap to the back there, knowing that Malfurion doesn't necessarily have an easy out now?
Yeah, I mean, you should. You absolutely should.
Oh.
Both Mirrodin and Sonya can do that, and it looks like they're going in hard right now. Blessed Shield already used, only hitting one person.
There it was. The leap came down, and we've seen Nazeebo on that backside. Mighty Gust, or excuse me, the Jugs are out. Endless Pain goes down. Nazeebo starting to suffer. We do see Tranquility finally hit, but is the heals enough? No. Malfurion goes down. Ring of Frost not able to catch anybody. And now we see Illidan diving back in. Got to be careful. The stun coming down. We see the barrel roll over. Illidan in all kinds of trouble. Can't think of the takedown. Dwarf toss over. Not able to get down Illidan. But they are in hot pursuit and continuing to do damage here. And now they have a camp at their back. But the hunt comes in. And down goes Li Ming.
Yeah, they just need to get out of here at this point. They got what they wanted. Just get out. You have a huge minion wave coming in. That Illidan just absolutely destroyed Li Ming there with that hunt. Did not even have to auto attack afterwards. Just blasted her with the ability itself, and she fell over dead. Now, I want to point out also that the JRM has amazing positioning right now with those Li heals. Every time that Jugs have been used, JRM has been in the absolute perfect spots to get the people they needed to heal, and it's fantastic. Such good plays.
Well, this is most likely going to be the first keep of the game from this top temple, and now I'm curious. Titanics has his Mighty Gust available. Will he try? Yeah, it looks like the team might be rotating up, and he has vision on this. He has vision on everything, but Steven has to be careful. Going ahead and teleporting out of there. Now we see Van Hyde starting to initiate here, but the stun coming back. Hunt goes down on that back line. Can they get the peel there? Steven is able to get out. That diamond skin is going to keep him alive, and on that backside, Illidan goes down, and now the resets are in here. The leap comes down. They're following up Disintegrate once again, but getting caught there by the Ring of Frost. We see Black Spade using that Dwarf Toss to go in, but on that bottom side, Nazeebo does go down. Can they keep in pursuit? Out comes the Stormbolt. SSR Radius, or SS Radius, in all kinds of trouble. I don't think he's going to survive. The Dwarf Toss comes in again. Van Hyde is about to go down. Captain, this is going to be game.
Yes, it absolutely is. They have no reason to go back. I mean, even if, for some ungodly reason, if Illidan can spawn and kill 5 people, that's over. There's nothing they can do to come back. This game was fantastic. That last, extended team fight there, Titanics was in the perfect spot to see them rotate up. The team knew they were coming. 40 Hands said, hey, look, here they come. Everyone chill. We'll get in a good spot. Illidan tried to hunt in to do a bunch of damage. Unable to get anything done with that, and just destroyed. Illidan, we've been talking about how strong he is, but he's not strong enough to take on a Li Ming by himself. And, especially when Lily's back there blinding him and healing Li Ming, you're not getting anything done.
Illidan at least got her with the hunt that one time. I actually just watched the replay. And
yes.
It was beautiful.
It was a smart play on his part, too. It was perfect for him to do that when she was so low, because he hunted in and then immediately left. Just get the kill and get out. And it was a very well thought out, well planned, and well executed idea, but one kill doesn't win you a game.
The Malfurion pick to go with an Illidan was rough. And
yes.
Then the Nazeebo pick, I'm not real sure where it fit into the grand scheme of what they were doing. Illidan, Nazeebo got some damage out, but their composition, I think, could use some work. They first picked Illidan.
Yes, that's don't do it. Just don't do it.
If you're gonna pick Illidan, at least I think you gotta look at some of the comps and strategies out there that really work for Illidan, because I'm not sure if this is necessarily one that you want to go with. Not in my opinion.
Yeah, I happen to agree with you there. And it looks like 40 Hands is going to go up against Gale Force Esports next. Blank has moved on to the semifinals as well. So whoever, Colossus or Psycom Esports, whichever one of those wins, will be facing off against Blank. So we should have 40 Hands and Gale Force here in just a minute.
Our first look at Gale Force tonight is be prepared, Captain.
Okay, I'm preparing myself. The mental preparation is underway.
I can't wait to see Equinox. He's going to be on a melee hero. It's going to be Illidan, it's going to be Zeratul, or it's going to be Kerrigan, and it's going to be a nightmare for whoever is dealing with him. So, 40 hands, if you're listening,
be careful.
That's what to look for. Are we going to a break? Because I could probably use at least a couple minutes.
Yeah, sure. We can go to a break. So we'll be back in just a few minutes while I assume we both take a bio break because we've been sitting here for like 2.5 hours. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. Everybody hang tight. I hope you enjoyed the music. It's by Miracle of Sound. You can find him at miraclesound.bandcamp.com, and we'll be back in just a minute. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. This, of course, is NexVerse Season 4, Week 2? 2? I want to say 2. Yes, Week 2. And apparently that was exactly 2 minutes because I just watched the stream go to go to the setup or the break screen. So we're gonna have your draft link here in just a second. It was nice to get a break in though.
I drink a lot of water when I cast. So.
Yeah, me too. I always get like 2 or 3 Powerade Zeros and put them on my desk so that I can just move on to the next one when I finish one. So,
Powerade to power through.
Yep. The Zeros, man, I just don't like the taste of water. I don't know. I'm super weird, so I'm sure you're giving me a weird look. I know. Everyone says that.
I love water.
They're like, what's wrong with you? Lots of things. I know. I get it. But Powerade Zero is basically flavored water. It's fantastic. So I just take like 3 bottles, put them on my desk. I'm good to go for the night.
Here's my promo for water. Water. It's made by Earth.
It's made by Earth. That might be the best promo I have ever heard for anything. I think that was awesome.
You should hear my Angry Orchard one, but that's a conversation for another time. I'm keeping it non-21 and older.
Yeah, yep. Fair enough. And it looks like we do have a draft link for you. Here you go.
I'm ready.
Cool. Just let them know that we're ready so they can start whenever they want. And I think we're waiting on Gale Force, actually. Oh, man, that last game was fun, but seeing that Illidan get blown up so many times hurt.
It was just a tough composition to work with. I mean, honestly, it was just a really And I hope that they learn from that or possibly look at some other teams and about how they're building it. Obviously, 40 Hands had an idea because they banned Tassadar the minute they saw Illidan. They got to that second ban phase. And then they basically built kind of around it. I love the Sonya pickup. The Sonya is a great counter. They had Mirrodin in there for the stun. They had Falstad with a disengage if needed, but also to be able to dish out some damage. So they built very well. You talk about, Falstad, he's got that mobility with the barrel roll. He's able to shield himself with all that. So, there's a lot of good stuff about what 40 Hands did. They are going to have their hands full, though, here with Gale Force.
Yeah, they definitely are. We've seen Gale Force Esports in a few different iterations before. I haven't seen this iteration yet, but they've always been a solid team. It's never been a team where I'm like, I don't know who they are, and they're not showing me anything new. It's always been something to where we could look at them and say, they're good. These guys are good. They have a solid gameplay, a good, solid plan, and they're always entertaining to watch. So yeah, I'm interested to see how 40 Hands handles them, because 40 Hands has nobody on it that I know,
I,
and yet they have made it to the semifinals.
I just Gale Force's new roster just looks so different. Like in spring regional qualifiers, people were banning out heroes like Zeratul and Illidan first because of Equinox. Because of Equinox. Now, I don't want to take anything away from Team Nam, but Team Nam was up against, I believe it was Resurgence at the time, and that's when that whole the DDoS accusations and everything came out. I don't want to
Right.
comment on it or anything like that. It's just that that was the situation, and that was Equinox that was on there. It kind of changed the landscape of some of what was going on. Could Team Nam have finished it? Yeah, sure, but Resurgence was a really strong team at that time, obviously disbanded since then. But Equinox was one of those players that people were literally drafting against him specifically in the characters that he uses. Dragonshire, small map, lots of action, Cardone. I am absolutely pumped right now because
You sound like it.
this could be very, very interesting. I see a Zul band coming out. Give me Zul. Give me Zul.
It would make sense. A lot of people, again, don't like playing against Duel, but Zeratul?
That means that they're probably going into an Illidan. Zeratul, a lot of people don't like playing against the Zeratul when they're on an Illidan.
That makes sense, actually. That is, yeah, okay. I'm with you there. I'm all right
They
with
might
that.
not. I could
Thrall
be
and
wrong.
Falstad,
This
they
is
already
what I
have a
talked
pretty
about
strong
last
team.
game.
Yeah.
Pick up Thrall Falstad. It's good GG. But I guess we probably won't see an Illidan now, not with this composition.
Yeah, that's true. We may not, although they may surprise us and do it anyway, just for the hell of it. I'd love to see an Illidan played extremely well, and 40 Hands just cycling through every hero they have.
And it looks like they're hovering over Mirrodin. Mirrodin still, it was funny because Mirrodin went through the changes with his avatar. No longer stunned, it just added more health. And people said, oh, Mirrodin's no good anymore.
And it
Yep.
didn't change anything.
Nothing else changed, and he fell out of favor for about a week or two, and then everybody's like, just kidding. We actually still really love Mirrodin
Yep.
because, it's one of the things that somebody pointed out to me. Talk about Blessed Shield for Johanna at level 10. It hits 3 people, you have to land it, and that's her heroic. Mirrodin, when you take Piercing Bolt at level 7, you land it, that's 2 heroes for 1.5 second. Mirrodin's level 7 talent is almost as good, if not as good as Johanna's heroic, and it's on a much shorter cooldown.
Oh yeah, it definitely is. Like I love that you're exactly right, for a week. People were like, no, Mirrodin's dead. All the other warriors are better. And then by the time a week was up, people were like quietly bringing him back, sneaking him back into drafts because they realized how wrong they were. He wasn't like yes, the micro stuns are fantastic. Don't get me wrong. I loved being able to avatar and just, oh, I have a stun on every hit. Great. Oh, you're stimming me, so I have a stun on every hit. Great. But yeah, getting rid of those really didn't change him much at all. At least not that we've seen.
So I'm curious, they banned out Zeratul and Illidan. Do they just not want to go up against these melee heroes, or do they have something in mind on their build? ETC banned out, so Johanna is going to be the obvious pick. Zul's still on the board, so that's going to be a very strong and formidable front line. When you talk about Zul and Johanna up here, they're going to look at Tyrande.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have to worry about picking up Joanna here because 40 Hands already has their warrior, they're probably not going to pick up another full tank warrior. They might
They
pick
go
up a
with Ether.
Sonya or something, but it's smarter to go pick up your support here. Then you can pick up whatever warrior you want. Joanna, of course, probably going to be the pick there. But I don't know. I really want them to surprise us and like pick up an Artanis or something, just for the hell of it. I think that'd be
Uh,
fantastic. They won't. Look, I know they won't. There's a
it's a
difference between what I want and what I know is going to happen.
they just picked a very traditional comp here, especially like new school traditional. When you talk about Zul being included in the meta, he's very, very strong. Cho, will we see a Cho Gall here?
They have a comp for it at this point. They have lots of
They
damage
definitely
in
have a
Li
comp
Ming.
for
They
it.
have another warrior to take over if they need him to. And Rhaegar does a fine job healing Cho up. I would have rather seen a Morales, I think, than a Rhaegar. But it works if they want it.
Nah.
It doesn't. It looks like they were a little hesitant. All right, they're not going for it.
This is the best player on the board right now, Sonya. And now they need to follow this up possibly with Tychus? Will we see Tychus? Is this the
That would
return
be
of
neat.
Tychus? Are they trolling us with all of these like hovers? Even his armor looks amazing. Just get him in the game for that alone.
Yeah, his. I've always loved that model. I think it's a great model, and it looks like they're going to switch over to something else. A mate. Nope. Okay. All right. I'm just done guessing, I guess.
40 hands. Don't be shy. Go for it.
Go for it,
Go
please.
for it.
I'd love to see Tychus. I have Tychus to level 9. I haven't played him in like 6 months, though. I'm kind of
Don't think
scared to play
anybody
the new one.
has.
Well,
Come
quick
on.
match. You play whoever you want in quick match.
Yeah, they're dipping really far into their time pool. Tychus,
It's their last hero.
I mean, think about you're going to have 3 people on that front line. You talk about Zul, Thrall, and will likely be Johanna. The reworked Kael'thas, so they're hovering over 2 reworked characters. There are only 5 seconds left in their time pool. They got to decide on somebody, and it
Tychus
is
it
going to
is.
be Tychus.
I love it. I love it. I want to see how well they can do with Tychus. I think that's fantastic. Wait
Oh!
a second. What?
No tank comp for Gale Force Esports, and you talk about a map like Dragonshire that actually is one. This is one of the
It
maps
works out.
where it works because of the rotations.
Yeah, yeah. This is one of the few maps that you don't have to worry about having a warrior all the time. Is if you can get the Dragon Knight, that becomes a warrior. And since there were slight changes to the way the Dragon Knight works, it is now a tank. It can afford to tank the shots from keeps because it doesn't slow its attack speed.
Now take a look at this. Tyrande can kind of roam and stay with somebody. But you talk about Zul's Bone Prison, easy follow up with Tyrande. Thrall has a stun. Falstad, who's going to have the slow there. Uther has a stun. There's a lot of gank potential on Dragonshire. And you talk about the double support. Thrall can keep himself alive. Tyrande and Uther obviously are support. Zul, he has, that shade at level 1, which is going to do a lot for him. You talk about Sonya, you talk about Tychus. That's going to help keep Zul alive with that level 1 pickup there on that talent. Falstad, he can barrel roll shield. And if at 13 he goes for that shield on that lightning bolt or on the lightning there, it's one of those things that can actually work out really well with this composition. 40 hands, a very traditional comp outside of Tychus, but Tychus could be working his way back into the meta. I'm really excited for this captain. Like
I am
I'm
too.
hyped.
I love this. I absolutely love it.
I can't wait to see how Tychus plays out because Tychus, he starts getting going and the wind up is no longer there. It can be scary the amount of damage that he puts out. Like he's on you and you're like, wait, I can't really get away. I think, oh wait, no, hold on. Like that's a lot of damage. Like it's there. It is 100% there.
Yeah, you're exactly right. They have so much ability to do it. I think they messed up. No, yeah, no, we're good. Okay, cool. They got him switched. I was on somebody's team, and I was a little concerned that I was continuing to be on somebody's team.
This Lunara skin is beautiful.
Well, that was weird.
Everybody just left.
Yeah, their whole team just disconnected.
Uh,
Okay, they're coming back. What? Okay, that was weird. Let's get them back in here, shall we? I don't know what just happened. All right, they're getting everyone back in. Cool. All right. No worries. That was super weird. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Instantly, all 5 of their teammates just gone. That's a new bug. All right, Jay, I'll report Hyun for seizure.
He kept readying up over and over, making his Faustad bird go crazy.
Oh, I couldn't see it. I'm on the other team.
I know.
I do like how it splits the observers off. I think that's
I know.
nice.
I see one team, you see the other.
Alrighty, let's make sure I have these guys on the right team. So, Gale Force is going to be on the left here. That's the wrong button. There we go. That's better. 40 hands on the right. Come on, team. They need to stop switching sides. Makes production so much easier. Every time we followed somebody, they've been on the opposite side of what they were the game before.
Yeah, they got to work on that draft.
I know.
Those draft sides. Just set it up so one side drafts the other. The good thing is, like, it's really difficult in amateur tournaments, especially teams that you're not familiar with.
Yes.
And then you're just like, wait a minute, who's on what team? Like, wait, what?
Yeah, I always have to go check, or I write a note. Like, if they take a particularly weird hero, I'll write a note down. Like, this team got this hero, the other team got this hero.
I
Go.
actually just crossed my fingers.
Hey, teach their own. Alrighty, you've been excited about him. Why don't you go ahead and introduce him?
On the left side for the blue team, we are looking at Gale Force Esports. That's going to be Equinox on Tyrande, Mysticles on Uther, Heun on Faustad, Fury on Zul, and Crone on Thrall.
And on the other side, we've seen them play already. They've been doing a fantastic job tonight. We have 40 hands with Black Spade playing that Muradin. Titanics on that lovable Tychus. Hylic again on Sonya. Eating an owl right off the bat. Steven playing Li Ming again. And the JRM once again on a support character playing that Rhaegar.
Now, taking a look at this is one of the things that you have to see different talents when you talk about this no warrior comp. Level 1 for Uther, going with block there.
Yeah, that's a really odd level 1 talent pick for an Uther. I'm not sure I've ever seen an Uther pick it, as a matter of fact. But at this point, they kind of need it. They need all the sustain they can get, especially now because Titanics looks like he might be in some trouble.
Yeah, Titanic's in a little bit of trouble. Bone Prison is going to come out, going to get rooted there, not able to get behind that wall, and down goes Tychus. This is what I'm talking about. Thrall in the top lane, self-sustain, the other 4 rotate around and go for straight ganks. And you look at this, Lunar Flare, the stun from Uther. You have Gathering Storm that's going to be there for Faustad. It is a really, really scary threat. And you can see Crone baiting out Sonya here. Equinox says, hey, wait a minute, guys. I'm actually right here. The stun comes down. Lunar Flare goes out. Will they have enough follow-up? The nice little move there to get behind, and just barely alive there is Sonya.
Yeah, and you can see Hylic there on Sonya was kind of bobbing and weaving just a little bit just to hopefully dodge anything that was coming at him. Black Spade's about to get rooted. Didn't wait long enough to get that jump off, and that's already a Dragon Knight. We are a minute and a half in, and that is a Dragon Knight. It is going to go down extremely fast, but it's going to get so much work done while it's up.
Yeah, and you can see the Bone Prison continue to go out there. Faustad was able to barrel roll out on that bottom. You can see Mysticles rotating over, looking for a possible gank here. Tychus has to be careful going through here, and you can see they're pinging it. Bone Prison is going to come out. Heun is going to be on there. The grenade, not enough. We see the Dwarf toss over, but Tychus already dead. And now it's a 3-on-2. Heun got to be careful here. The shield is going to be there, but we can see they're pinging to get on it. The Bone Prison going down. Can Faustad get out of there? Barrel roll comes out. The stun's going down, and now we see the JRM in trouble. Black Spade already used his Dwarf toss, misses with the Storm Bolt, but Fury with no mana, not able to follow up here. And we can see the Dragon Knight got the front gate down, but the action definitely in that bottom lane. And take a look at this early experience already here, Captain.
Yeah, I mean, they're over a level ahead. They've already taken a tower at the top, the whole front gate in the middle, and a couple of kills as well. This is fantastic for them. This is such a weird comp. I love it, though. They have so much damage and lockdown potential. Between everyone on their team has the opportunity to get a root, a stun, some kind of CC. Everybody.
Yeah, and up in the top, we see Hylik is saying, I'm going to learn my lesson. I'm Sonya, and I got to be careful. Juked not only the Wolf, but also the Lunar Flare, so no stun up there. But now we see 4 members here. They've got to be careful. They're pinging for the drop back. The stun coming down. Lunar Flare going down on Tychus. He's going to be able to get out of there. And now we see the JRM with the Bone Prison on. Can they follow it up? We see the Lightning coming down, and down goes Rhaegar. And a nice, again, this gank potential on this map, this 4-person roam, is an absolutely terrifying composition.
It sure is. You are 100% correct. The only thing they have to worry about is every now and then if a flank gets on them, they have some squishy heroes. Equinox playing that, Tyrande there, and Falstad, if they start taking the hits to the face, they're not going to live that long.
Well, level 7 already being hit here. We see Crone up in the top, going up against a Tychus and a Sonya, saying, hey, wait a minute, I can stay back. The rest of my team can be aggressive because they're now pushing down into this bottom lane. Bone Prison going out, but that's just going to delay it as we see the Lunar Flare going down once again. But the tower is down and continuing the aggressive approach here to keep the experience advantage.
Yeah, they have pretty much the whole front wall of every lane gone. It's just gone. There's nothing left. They even have a little bit of damage on some of the forts. This is fantastic. We are 4 minutes into the game, and they're just showing that a no warrior comp can absolutely work.
Well, this is where it's going to get interesting. What are we going to see? Are we going to see that desperate cleanse there at level 7 for Rhaegar? And now with the stun coming down once again and just getting absolutely obliterated right now. Sonya goes down, and we're going to see Thrall in that top lane going up against Tychus. I do not like Tychus' odds up here, 1v1 with a Thrall. As you can see, already coming out.
It's not 1v1 anymore.
No, that is the power of Falstad, and that is why he is first ban-worthy on pretty much any map. He turned a 1v1 into a 2v1 pretty quickly there.
Yeah, and they're going to get another Dragon Knight. Nobody's in a position to stop this. Equinox is like, well, I mean, if you insist I be a dragon, I'll just be a dragon. Cool. And they're about to hit level 10 already. They have a 2-level lead, and it's only going to go up with this Dragon Knight.
You can see prioritizing taking that well out first, which means the fights are definitely going to be in their favor. Equinox starting to do damage on this fort. It's still very early to get the takedown, but the rest of the team coming in, prioritizing that hammering, getting those stacks as they're for Falstad. He's already up to a 36 damage bonus on that, and in the process, they do get it down, and they're at level 10 now.
Yeah, and they're just going to rotate down and get this other fort as well. They have the heroics, which nothing really out of the ordinary there, but they don't have to worry about anything. I do think Falstad should get down here for Equinox, because if Equinox could be in trouble here.
Yeah, see if we can get a Lunar Flare out for a stun. Hylik not able to get in there and get a stun of his own, and now, hey, the rest of the team is back. They're at level 10. We do have Sundering up, so they got to be very careful not to be caught out. And you see they rotated back, and now this is where they have to soak, and this is just a really tough place. The JRM trying to turn some of this damage on Fury. Shadowstalk being used here. It's going to get out okay.
Yeah, Shadowstalk, a lot of people have a bunch of different opinions on the usage of Shadowstalk. For example, a lot of people just say, you know, it's a nice AoE heal. It hits everybody all the time. You don't have to worry about targeting anybody. It can be nice for that. The other thing that it gives them, especially a team like this with so much damage potential, it makes them invisible. It makes it so that they will absolutely kill whoever they want. And speaking of absolutely killing whoever they want, that Rhaegar did not stand a chance. He is constantly getting hit by that Bone Prism and not being able to do anything about it.
Yeah, that was just a tough time because he got hit with the Wolf, got hit with the Lunar Flare, followed up by the Bone Prison, and then went down shortly thereafter. And this is 6 kills to 0. 2-level lead. Things looking really good right now for Gale Force.
Yeah, it does look very good for Gale Force. And you were right. These guys look fantastic. I see why you were so excited about all this. I get it. I understand now.
We'll see if these heroics can help turn anything around. We are going to be looking at Leap once again. The laser drill going to be coming out for Tychus. And you talk about the fact that, you know, this is a very dive-heavy comp that's only going to hit so many people. And now we see the Swarm coming in, but Crone on that backside does get the heal. The Poison Nova comes out, Sundering starting to come in, takes down Rhaegar. Hylik in all kinds of trouble, trying to stay alive with that Whirlwind, but does go down. Mysticles in hot pursuit, trying to get us done, but the Stormbolt comes out from Black Spade, not able to land the Lunar Flare, and you can see they're going to get out of there. Another Temple, excuse me, Sonya went down, or did go down on that backside, but we see a 5 versus 3 now pushing with this camp here.
Yeah, they have no reason to at least tear down these walls. They may even go for the keep. I doubt it. They can just back off and get a Dragon Knight. I think that's a better plan, especially since Falstad can fly, but they feel aggressive about it.
Yeah, very aggressive. They are going to go ahead and back off. They have the siege camp pushing. They can drop back. It's now a 5-on-5. They don't want to be in there. We see the JRM coming in, getting that totem down, but to no avail. Shadowstock going to help them get out of there. Crone mounts up, and another win and another talent level advantage for Gale Force.
Yeah, so if somebody gets here to this mid quickly enough, they're going to get yet another Dragon Knight. Li Ming, though, trying to put some damage on. Not able to hit, but able to zone Fury out for a second.
Wow. Another Dragon Knight already, Captain.
Yeah, this is nuts.
Are they looking for a keep?
Why not? So far, there's been nothing that can stop them.
They rotated back up. I was curious. It's like, man, are they actually going to try and go for a keep now? It's only almost 9 minutes in.
I don't know. I would. They got to be feeling good now. Like, they have to be feeling on top of the world.
They're still missing Shadowstock. Perhaps that could be the delay. That is just about up, and now they're coming in with their full assault, Disintegrate coming out doing some damage, but it does look like this keep is in trouble and could potentially go down. Not enough able to get in there. The Dragon Knight is down, and now goes, there it is. There's the Shadowstock. They're going to get out of there. The totem's there. Fury has to be careful. The Lunar Flare coming down. The leap does come in on that back line, followed up by the laser drill, but a Mighty Gust gets them out of there, and now you can see turning that fight. Not enough heals on just yet. The poison is out. Can they get a kill? The Boomerang not able enough to land a killing blow, and 40 Hands manages to survive just when it looked like they were turning that fight.
Yeah, they were all super low, but, you know, they managed to get out. Everybody on their team had to go back and heal. I think that's hilarious. Meanwhile, on the other side, they just need mana. They're not worried about healing. They just need to mana up, and they're going to be fine. Whoops. This has been a very one-sided game so far. It is 8 kills to 0. It is 6 buildings to 3, and there is already a keep down. We are 10 minutes in.
Yeah, and if you're going to get one, get it in that bottom lane. That has 3 camp potential if you can get those to rotate over. But they have a 3-level lead. They're still on that talent level advantage, and they might easily roll this into a 16-13 advantage as they're looking for a potential gank here as they're posturing up, saying, hey, who can we get out of here? Shadowstock being used. Tychus?
This is what I love Shadowstock for. That is the perfect use of Shadowstock, in my opinion. Just, oh, okay, he doesn't know we're here. We'll just go invisible. We'll all walk right up to him, and then he will die.
Yeah, that feels bad, man.
Yes, I bet it does. Uther getting a little ballsy out here.
Yeah, Uther says, if I can land one stun, you guys are in trouble, but you can see the orb coming in, not able to land. Disintegrate already being used, and this is another 4th that's going to go down, and already at 16 before their team, the enemy hits 13. Gale Force looking so good right now.
Very solid gameplay on their side, and 40 Hands is not able to keep up at this point. And they can come back, of course, because this is Heroes of the Storm and not League or Dota. But if this works, if this ploy works, and it looks like it's going to, I don't think 40 Hands is going to come back.
No, not at all. Sonya goes down there, dwarf tossing out his Black Spade. Titanics, what are you doing?
What was he doing?
Goes down. I don't know if that was a misclick or what, but Tychus getting caught out there and gets absolutely obliterated there. After his team already retreated, he seemed to want to move in.
Yeah, he moved back for a second and then moved forward, and it doesn't make any sense. It's probably just a misclick. That does happen sometimes. Actually, I bet I know what it was. I bet he accidentally right-clicked the map instead of back further.
Turn it off.
And, yeah.
This is going to be another Dragonite, and the way that they're going, I wouldn't be surprised. They might just try and take down this middle keep because they just did structure damage, possibly setting that up. But the way they've been playing, this could be game.
This could absolutely be game. They're up a talent tier. They're up 11 kills to 0. They're 12.5 minutes in, and this could be game. It's definitely getting a keep.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Disintegrate coming out, doing plenty of damage, but you can see already chunking away at the keep here. It's just a matter of what are they going to do when this goes down. As it goes down now, looking for the boot there. Fury getting stunned, doesn't have a whole lot of health left on it, but they're rotating over and they're posturing up, starting to chunk away at this core. The Sundering is being used, hits all 5 members, and now their father leap comes down, but the Lunar Flare comes down, trying to counter that. We see the poison going out. Black Spade, can he make it back?
Oh my God!
Sonya goes down. Titanic's in all kinds of trouble, and you can see very low on health.
Oh!
Already down to 80, and there goes Tychus. The stun's coming out. The Lunar Flare not able to land, but it's not going to matter. Cardone, this is going to be game.
This is
Sleep Mean goes down. Down goes Mirrodin just for good measure. And now they're Mighty Gus, and get back in there. As Mighty Gus says, no, Rhaegar. Down, boy. Down.
Go to your home. Yes, that was absolutely perfect. So at the end, Tychus almost got out. He went up. He started hearthing. And Tyrande said, hey, by the way, here's an owl.
A thing of beauty.
Fantastic play on the side of Gale Force. That was amazing.
Now, they only had 9 kills, but they were all very distinctive and basically put the fear into that of 40 Hands. They were sitting back afraid, and when Tychus got out, I felt so bad that Shadowstalk comes in, and that was pretty much the symbol of how the entire game went. Whenever they wanted to get a kill, they said, hey, don't worry, we got this, and then they rolled it into a Dragonite every time and pretty much dominated.
So, I'm confused. Because I think this is a bug. Because I'm pretty sure in the game they had more than 9 kills.
That says 9, 15. Okay, so it wasn't counting Tychus because of the glitch.
Because of the glitch. Yeah, okay. I was like, there's something wrong here.
So that means Tychus died 6 times.
Yeah, so every now and then it'll glitch a hero out and they get 0 for all their stats, and that screws with the end-game stats.
So I said 9 nothing, but that was actually 15. I was going to say 9 felt like...
It felt like a lot more than 9. Felt like a lot more than 9, and it was.
Oh,
that was an absolutely brutal no warrior game from them. Wow. Wow. You've been telling me all evening, get ready. When it gets here, get ready. Gale Force, they're amazing.
Well,
it's going to be an awesome fight. And I disagree with you. It wasn't an awesome fight because I think a fight implies that both sides have a chance of winning. Ooh. And from what they showed, Gale Force is absolutely going to dominate. If they play like that in every game, wow.
Well, I'm really curious because qualifiers are next week, and this is, like, again, a new roster. I'm actually watching the replay right now where Black Spade just barely made it. Now I actually want to see this owl kill that you were talking about. Yep. There it was, right up in the corner. That was beautiful.
It was perfect. And 40 Hands, guys, I think you guys played fantastic. Don't get me wrong. I've never seen you guys play before. I don't even know any of your names, and you made it to the semifinals. Holy crap, guys. You did amazing. But Gale Force, that was mean. Like, that was just a brutal showing from Gale Force.
I had to watch the end. I was like watching one-sided beat. It was
Hands, just brutal.
You guys have drafted well. You've played well throughout the night that we saw you. But Gale Force is one of those really, really upper echelon teams that is going to be competing. I'm really curious to see how this new roster measures up against some of the pros that they'll be facing in about 6 days from now. That'll be the true test.
Yeah, exactly. And again, like 40 Hands, you guys made it to the semifinals. You beat North American rivals. You beat OG Venom, and you played against this Gale Force team that apparently is very good. Props to you guys. You're getting points regardless. But wow, Gale Force. You've been telling me this all evening. Get ready for them, and I wasn't prepared. I just wasn't prepared.
You are not prepared.
It was all over again. I was not at all ready for what was going on. And I think
when you need him.
That's fantastic.
I'm trying to check to see if I guess the other semifinal game is still going on.
I would imagine so. Let's see when they drafted. So it is Psycom versus Blank.
Yeah.
They drafted about 29 minutes ago, so we probably started at about the same time. So there's a chance that it's getting over or getting close to over, at least. So let me give them a shout and see where they're at, and we'll have a finals for you. But while I do that, I do want to talk about a couple of things. First of all, if you're liking what you're seeing and you want to get involved, please do. We take free agents. We take full teams. We'd love to see people show up, get involved, play the game. We're here every Sunday for the most part. I think we've taken 2 Sundays off so far. So get involved. You can put exclamation NexVerse, and that should give you next week's sign-up link. Please get involved. We'd love to see you in here. If you're interested in ARAM tournaments, we have our NexARAMas tournament coming up on Thursday. Last week, we had 200 players-ish, somewhere around there, and most of them free agents. It was fantastic. I played myself. We had a great time. It's all random, all mid. We play on the new Lost Caverns map, and just it is so much fun. Yes, it's all random, so you can get screwed in your team comp, but honestly, it doesn't matter because you're having fun. Like the amount of fun that game is, I was not at all aware of how good it was.
You are not prepared.
Yeah, I wasn't exactly. Like going back to that, I was not at all prepared for how much fun I was going to have that night. And like we even had super harsh technical issues. A buddy of mine came over and his computer just crapped out on us in the middle of a game. We still had a blast. So sign up for that. You can put exclamation point NexARAMas, and it'll put you in, or it'll give you the link to sign up for that as well. That's on Thursday. We start at 7. Our friend Bleedies, he's been in chat. He'll be casting that one for you guys. Oh God, it's so much fun. And then the last thing I have to tell you is Sweet Synergy is on Tuesday. Jay Howe himself will be casting that one as well.
Unknowingly.
Apparently people, yeah, we figured that out earlier in this stream. So if you missed that, that was kind of entertaining actually. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Go check them out. They do good work too. So that's all I got, I think. If there's more, sorry admins, I forgot it. Stuff happens. Alrighty, let me get a hold of these guys and we'll see what we're doing. Jay, how are you casting anything else? I know you have a busy Heroes of the Storm schedule most of the time.
Nothing that I did Divergent on Friday with DJ Tyrant, but I actually wasn't going to because I had work to do, but then I hadn't casted with Jimmy in like 3 months, and Jimmy is Bay, and we needed to stay tight, and so we casted together, and so that was really exciting. So I ended up, and then I said, I'll do like an hour or 2. And then I ended up doing, I think, like 3.5 or 4 hours. And it was all very much worth it, man. I love casting. Like, that's the thing. It's like, I don't want to ever, like, turn down anything. It's just, like, I literally have so much to do.
There's not enough time in a week.
No. Like, my knees hurt so bad because I've been sitting at my desk for 2 days straight working on one of the biggest projects of my content creation life. And, but I'm here because, again, I love casting. But the minute I get done here, I'm going right back to editing. Like, I haven't moved. Like, I actually forgot to eat yesterday until it was like 9 o'clock, 9:30.
Wow.
So I'm pretty pumped, man. I love Heroes. I love the scene. I love competitive scene. I love a lot that's going on. It's just a matter of I want to be more a part of it. So I'm doing some more content creation. I'm hoping that I can be able to cast some more tournaments in the very near future. So I'm pretty excited about a lot of stuff that's going on. And
that's awesome.
I just want to be a part of it, I guess, is what I'm saying. So I'm putting in the effort, man. I'm putting in the effort.
So where the content that you're creating, where can people find that?
It's going to be mostly on YouTube.
Alrighty.
There's I actually have a couple projects in the work. One's going to be, I'm not going to talk about it. The other one's going to be on YouTube, and it's going to be massive. It's going to be probably the biggest project that I've ever done as a whole, cumulatively, that I'm going to be releasing at once. So I'm pretty pumped about it. So I'll have more details hopefully in the next week and a half. But I've been working pretty tirelessly between a couple projects. That follow me on Twitter if you want to know what the heck I'm doing, because that's where I put out most of my updates.
Yep, and you can find his Twitter name right underneath his beautiful face.
Hold on. Now it's beautiful.
That's okay. Well, you watched last week's stream when I was solo casting, and I was like, "Here's Santorini, Greece," because you got to have something good to look at.
I'm better than Greece.
Well, you talk more. Yeah. So we're getting some questions in chat about the ARAM tournament. yes, we're okay with you signing up as a pair for the ARAM tournament. You just need to message one of the admins and let us know what's going on there so that we can make sure you guys are together on a team. We'll probably start putting together a spreadsheet. Apparently 240 people in ARAM last week. That is insane.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah. Did you ever see the Reddit post that we had up? There were so many people asking questions, just all over the place. It was crazy. So yeah, you feel free to sign up as an individual, as a team, as a pair or a trio. We'll make sure you get on the same team. That's fine. We can handle that, and I hope that's okay with the admins because I just announced it. So, oh well, they're gonna make me help make teams now.
That's you just signed yourself up.
Yeah. Oh well, it's fun. Last week I had to admin while I was playing the game anyway, so it's all good. It's an enjoyable time, and make sure you check out our Discord channel too, because excuse me, you'll be able to find out if there are any rule changes, anything like that, any issues that come up. They'll be in our Discord channel, and you can find that through the sign up page.
I just realized I have Araragi, who is on blank on my friends list, and it just shows that he entered the score screen less than a minute. I was actually checking the roster right at the same time. I see that they just finished their game, so we should have an update here soon going into the finals.
Sweet, sweet. That sounds awesome. I'd love to get into this next game.
I'm pumped, man. Gale Force and whoever won in that bottom part of the bracket, they've got to be decent enough to beat a bunch of teams.
Yeah.
And we've actually had some decent teams in here this evening on both sides of the bracket. So I don't know who the other team is, but I still look at Gale Force as my favorite. But I'm still pretty pumped to see, a competitive game, a best of 3, I believe,
yes,
in the finals. And that means that we should have some pretty interesting stuff. Going to be hopefully looking at some different maps. Dragonshire, of course, that was our first look last game. Still haven't seen a couple other maps that I love Tomb of the Spider Queen. The problem with Tomb of the Spider Queen is it has potential to be the longest games in Heroes. Without a doubt, the longest game in Heroes. If you're looking for potential 30-plus minute games, go play Tomb of the Spider Queen.
Yeah, that's weird to me because when it first came out, those games were extremely short, like exceedingly short. They were on average for me like 12-minute games at best. It was nuts how short those games were. And now that people have kind of figured out how the map works and that late game the spiders do nothing, it goes so long.
Well, they made it so after the 15-minute mark, the spiders actually did more damage. But it's still just, I don't know. It's so, if there's a map to come back on, it's that one. Because you can delay. The objective, you can avoid the boss, you can throw at the boss, you can do all kinds of stuff to have these epically long games. The longest games that I've casted, Infernal Shrines and Tomb of the Spider Queen. The Tomb of the Spider Queen definitely being the one that has the most potential to be the longest game. It's my favorite map, though. It is by far my favorite map outside of Haunted Mines, Kappa. I actually do like Haunted Mines.
I loved Haunted Mines, and here's why.
It's a fun QM match.
Yes, Haunted Mines was the only map that you could have the absolute worst team comp and still win the game. Because it had 2 maps on it. So we ended up in a game where there were 3 specialists and 2 supports on my team. And we were like, well, I guess we're never team fighting, ever, because we can't. And we ended up winning because we'd just be on the opposite map that the other team was. So we'd get a couple of things of golem heads or whatever they are, and then immediately leave the bottom and just push top while they were getting golem stuff. And we ended up winning. I loved that about it. I loved that it wasn't super team fight oriented, but I understand why they want to change it.
Change it or get rid of it. I mean, it's so small that it was hectic. And, you take a look at the competitive scene. What are the maps that most people like? They like strategy. They like big maps. Cursed Hollow and Sky Temple and Infernal Shrines are some of the most popular maps. And then, of course, Battlefield of Eternity, which is going to be in there. Mm-hmm. And then you've also got, oh, man, what is the map I'm missing? Not Towers of Doom. Dragonshire, the smaller one. Yeah. So they like Dragonshire because there's a lot of rotational and strategical points to that actually makes it a little bit more interesting for teams. But Haunted Mines, pretty chaotic for the most part.
Yeah, I think that's why I liked it so much, just because it was just absolute chaos most of the time, and that it made it fun. It's by no means competitive because you can have a super weird team and still win, but it was the most fun I've had on a map, and sometimes that's more important, honestly.
That's why I liked it.
Yeah, I
It
do
was
have an
always
update.
okay.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. No,
Yeah, I have an update from the other team. Blank has beaten Psycom Esports.
alrighty.
So we will have Gale Force Esports and Blank in our finals. And those are a best of three. So who else?
I'm so excited.
Yeah, okay. All right. I know who these guys are. I was like, I know this team. I just couldn't remember. Yeah, it's Aragi, Wang Sang, E. Kevin, Rich Hero, and E. Toby. Cool. And I'm sure they're going to want a short break because that was a rather long game. So they'll be back probably in a minute or so. But yeah, this has been fun. This has been a good evening.
We've had some good maps so far. Taking a look at a lot of things going on. I'm trying to keep up with chat, trying to keep up with tweets, and trying to see, but get people in here because Gale Force Esports is going to be a team that you're going to be seeing making some noise next weekend for the qualifiers. Heroes of the Dorm going on, qualifiers going on,
So much in the Heroes community. It
and
just so
DreamHack in
much.
a month.
Yeah.
Ugh, I want to go. I want to go to DreamHack.
Good luck, my friend. Good luck. I've never been. Eventually I want to go, but I feel like it's going to be chaos.
I haven't even been to BlizzCon. Like, I'm hoping I go to BlizzCon this year. Like, I want to actually start doing things.
It's hard to get
Period.
everywhere though. There's so much going on. Like let's just talk about what we cast or are involved with. On Sunday we have this. Chair League this next season can be any day of the week. On Tuesdays is Sweet Synergy. On Wednesdays is Heroes Hype, I think. On
Yes.
Thursdays is NexARAMas. On Fridays is Divergent Gaming's tournament. On Saturdays is who knows how many tournaments. And then we're back to Sunday again. There's literally something every day. So there's just trying to fit in the digital stuff is nuts. Going to events, good
I
luck
just
to
want to
you.
experience BlizzCon once. I just remember, I sent you the draft link, by the way, but I
Oh,
talk about this. I
right.
just remember hearing about BlizzCon back in the 90s, right? And I was, old enough at the time. And people talking about BlizzCon. And, at the time I was playing Diablo, I was playing StarCraft. I was familiar with these games. My brother was playing Warcraft 3 a few years later while I could not stop playing Diablo 2 at the time.
I'm still playing Diablo 2. It's so,
but,
it's so good.
I just remember hearing about it so long ago, and I'm like, wow, that's incredible. The games that I play have like this event that they put on, and at the time, like my mind, I guess, wasn't able to process it because I was still young enough at the time. But it was always like this mythical, magical place to go to.
It's like
Now that I'm
Disneyland.
older, like I feel like, oh, I wish I could go, but then you talk about like you have to buy a ticket, I have to pay for a plane ticket, I've got to have a place to stay. Not quite as easy.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like
well, you're right. It sounds so simple when you're a little kid. You're like, well, let's just go. I
yeah.
don't see what the problem is. Well, the
I don't.
problem is it costs a fortune.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely does. And like I'd love to go to BlizzCon one of these days. I'll probably make it over there in the next couple of years because right now I don't have any bills. I don't have a family. I'm not paying for anybody but me, so I'm able to save up. So eventually, yes, but there's there's so many good things going on. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough to get to everything.
I'm giving them the green light. That was not for you.
Alrighty. All right, yeah, so we're gonna get this draft started in just a second here.
Oh man. I'm ready. Gale Force Esports facing off against Blank here. Um, I'm getting a funny message from my good friend Riker, and it's making me laugh.
That good, huh?
It's pretty funny.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So they're going through the map bans right now, and Towers of Doom and Battlefield of Eternity are already gone. So we'll see just what's left. We may end up getting a Tomb game. A lot of people in the finals like to start off with Tomb.
Will we
Just
see Garden of Terror though? Like
apparently
it's
not.
completely different,
It
and it's
is
already
completely
it's
different.
gone. It's gone.
So my first game after the patch, I jump into Hero League. I'm playing. We get Garden of Terror, and somebody says, "This is my first game since the patch," and I'm like, "Okay, cool. Just remember that Garden of Terror is different." Okay, sweet. They pick up the terror, they proceed to drop down the things and then run around. And I was like, oh no, no, no. We just absolutely wasted a terror. Just doesn't. And they're like, why is this not doing any damage? We're like, read the patch notes. Please, please
Read the
read the
patch
patch
notes.
notes.
Cursed Hollow.
I'm okay with this. I think this is great. I like
All
this
right.
map. It's fun.
Gale Force once again looking to ban out Zeratul first, and this is something that they've been doing a couple times now. Like they don't want to play against Zeratul, and they have a reason why. And I'm curious what that is. Are we going to see something similar like next one? I don't see it necessarily on this map, but they're definitely digging into a different strategy here. And hey, it's game number 1 of a best of 3. You can get a little crazy if you want to.
Yeah, you definitely can. You can afford to lose one, especially if you're confident. If you're confident that you can bring, the last 2 back by just straight up drafting your best, then you can afford to say in the first game, let's do something weird. Let's do something they're not expecting. Let's build a comp that maybe works really well here but doesn't work on other maps. You can pull out those secret strategies that aren't really tested yet. And I really hope we see one. I love it when people do that in best of 3s.
Well, Muradin first ban. Interesting.
Yeah, I've
And
never
I
seen
guess
that one
that
before.
this says why.
That would explain it, actually. Yes. And they pick up the Sonya. Excellent thought process there. Sonya, a pretty good counter to Illidan most of the time. So picking up the Sonya and going into Illidan after that is good. They still have to watch out because I don't think they should pick up the Illidan yet. Great, they didn't. But will Gale Force see what they're doing?
But that's what they're looking at
That's
doing.
the question.
When you take a look at Tassadar on there, you have to know that they're looking at something. Zeratul's already off the board, so it's not like a counter to Zeratul. So it's got to be a potential Illidan. They have to recognize that. The problem is, does Illidan really fit well? You talk about Li Ming being on that back line. Is that something that you're really keen on? But we saw the way that they dealt with Illidan before. They had a Li Ming, they had a Falstad, and I would much rather face off against the Muradin than an ETC. Maybe not, right? But ETC is going to be there with a power slide.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, you're going to have the power slide to deal with. Either that, or you're going to have the slow on the attack there. Muradin was going to be there. There's a lot of different strategies involved. You've already picked Tassadar. Now, you can stay away from Illidan because Tassadar actually pairs really well with Sonya. But at the same time, this is forcing you into a double support now. The Oracle's good because you have vision, especially when you're trying to get these bosses or you're trying to sniff out a boss, whether somebody's grabbing it. But at the same time, you've already forced yourself into a double support. They were looking at possibly banning Tyrande, but they switched over to Thrall instead.
I like that. I don't think Tyrande is that big of a threat for them at this point. The Thrall, I mean, we've seen Thrall just be very strong, constantly very strong. And Gale Force bans out Stitches.
Forcing them into Johanna. And I like that.
Exactly. I like it because Stitches with Illidan and Sonya is powerful. That is a triple support.
Are they going all in on a diving Sonya? Heals, shields, heals, divine shield.
All they need now is Rhaegar.
Oh, man. What is Blank doing here?
I don't know, because if they wanted Illidan, they may not get it.
And now, that's going to be Equinox on Illidan, followed up with a Rhaegar. So this is a really strong, just basic comp for Gale Force. But how does that fit against the triple support? You talk about the Lunar Flare, that's really hard to land on an Illidan. You talk about Sonya, who's able to stun. The shields are going to be there from Tassadar, but Uther, once his heal is up, what does he have available? Who's going to be able to shield? Who's going to be able to heal? That front line, you talk about Sonya up there now looking to be, acted upon. You talk about Li Ming and Falstad. Now I almost feel like they have to grab some type of strong warrior here. Else, this is a really weird composition for Blank, and I'm curious how this is going to work out now that they've seen Illidan and Rhaegar on this backside.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they can pick up here that will really tie their comp together because there's not a lot they can do. They're looking at a Tychus. It looks like I don't know because they don't have a whole lot of damage, but they also don't have a whole lot of tank. They have 3 supports and a bruiser. Yeah, that's tough. Tyrande, of course, is perfectly capable of pumping out damage when she needs to, and with the debuff that she has, that helps a lot. Tassadar, if you build him that way, can also pump out damage, but I think they were going for an Illidan here and just got stuck without it.
All right, so Tychus, good against Illidan because of that damage. Man,
Yes. Also, I want to
this
point out that Tychus's D, now that it's activatable, is ability damage. It does not count as auto attacks, which means Illidan, when he uses his evasion, it goes right through it.
this is interesting. Very interesting.
It is. This has got to be the weirdest team comp I have ever seen somebody draft. I've seen people get this in quick match. I've seen similar things in ARAM. I've never seen somebody draft this.
I understand Sonya, Tassadar, Uther, and everything beyond that. Tyrande can obviously put out some damage. You can get the Hunter's Mark up. Talk about Hunter's Mark going down on somebody like an Illidan, right?
Oh yeah,
And
he's
then,
dead.
yeah, and you talk about Tychus, the damage potential there, the stun coming out from Uther, Illidan not able to heal himself up, but we're definitely going to be see the cleanse coming out from Rhaegar, but how's that going to play into it? And you talk about being able to keep Sonya alive. At what point, who's Illidan going to be diving on? And how much is Li Ming and Falstad going to factor into this? Because Li Ming's going to be pretty safe on that back line. Falstad, he's going to be in a very advantageous position because they're going to be focusing on Illidan. How much is that backline going to produce in terms of damage when we talk about this composition here? And you talk about triple support. Tyrande, Tassadar, all going to be on that back line. Where's Uther's positioning going to be? How close is Tychus going to be? And Sonya, your only frontline, true frontline hero, how are they going to stand up against the damage between Li Ming and Falstad?
It is a lot of damage. They're pretty much going to have to be constantly healing that Sonya up and putting shields on to make sure that she stays alive through the amount of damage that Falstad and Li Ming can pump out. And that's not even including the other heroes on their team. That's assuming Illidan isn't on Sonya and ETC isn't punching her in the face with that guitar of his. What, like, that's still brutal. Like, just the two are gonna be able to do it. So I don't know. That's a tough one. That is a tough one. And Equinox is already talking about how he gets to play Illidan.
Knowing us, he's probably going to be on some other hero.
That would be really funny.
Oh man. So the always fun part is getting to see what some of these guys, how they interact behind the scenes.
Yep.
I told him thanks for the entertaining draft. Equinox says it was entertaining for me too, and Wang saying, "Yo, you mean the triple support?" Smiley face.
Yeah. I love, that's one thing I want to touch on here. I love the support group that we have. Like, these guys are amazing even outside of the game. Like, we're just in a draft and you're subbing and casting. All right,
That's
fine.
right.
We're just having fun. Like, we're already having fun. Nobody gets on each other. It's just good times all around, and that's awesome. The community here is fantastic. I love seeing it.
I'm so excited to see how this plays out because I have no idea what to expect with this draft.
I am with you. I do not know what's going to happen here because this is a wonky draft.
I think wonky is a bit of an understatement. Triple support, it's not something that is a first time thing to happen. It's just rarely do you see it. But I guess if you're going to go triple support, why not do it with Tyrande Tassadar so that they can still put out some damage? The question is, will we see an Archon, which I strongly believe that we will, because what value are you really going to get out of the Force Wall? And I think Friend or Foe is level 4 or 7, which I believe it's level 4 to where you can dive to an allied hero.
Yes,
and that seems to be the
right.
number one. It increases the range and you can dive to an allied hero. And you're not going to get much value out of Force Wall if Illidan can just dive right out. So I think we're definitely going to be seeing the Archon coming out here from Tassel.
They need the damage anyway, I think.
They definitely need the damage.
Yeah, I mean yes, Sonya pumps out good damage, and Tychus we've seen do well as well, but they have triple support. Yes, they have tons of sustain, but they really need some damage.
This is I think we're already ready already.
Yes, I think everybody's ready.
Love the wait till you see the Illidan skin. The Illidan skin is that the newer one. It looks great.
I wish you could like switch who you were looking at. They did fix the bug where you couldn't see the person in the front though. So that's great.
An odd one to say the least.
I know, I never understood what happened there. Oops. Alrighty, let's go ahead and get this figured out. So on the left we have Blank. And on the right, we have Gale Force. Again, they just can't do it. They cannot stay on the right side of the map.
No need. They said, we know Cardone's got this. We're good.
What? Cardone's casting? Let's make sure he has to change it every time, shall we? Thanks,
Keep
guys.
him on his toes.
Nah,
all this casting's making me hungry.
I am getting to that point too. I had lunch today, and that was about it. I've been snacking on things, and I haven't had anything in like the last 6 hours. So.
I've only eaten once too. Feels hungry, man.
Yeah, definitely does. Cool. Let's get in here. So on the left side, we have Blank. We have Rich Hero playing Tassadar, Araragi on Uther, E Kevin playing that Tychus, E Toby on Tyrande, and Wang Sang on Sonya.
And on the right side for Gale Force Esports on the red team, that's going to be Equinox, of course, on the Illidan. Mysticles on Rhaegar, Heun on Falstad, Fury on ETC, and Crone going to be there on Li Ming.
So, again, this is what I'm talking about. They're already chatting each other just to tell everyone to have fun. Like, I love it. I love this. I love this community.
Now, this is going to be interesting. I'm curious to see how these builds are going to play out. Is the stun already coming down on Fury? A little bit preemptive, but Equinox already diving in. Lunar Flare not able to lay it. Hunter's Mark does go down on ETC, but they're not following up on it. You can see the damage going out. The chain heals coming out to keep everybody alive. And the minions are just now arriving.
Yeah, there was a lot going on before the minions even got there, which is great. You know, it's always fun to see that. And we have Falstad and Wang Sang going to take top here. Both of them fine. They're okay at clearing. But in the bottom, we have another fight going on. Araragi taking some hits, but they have 3 supports, so okay.
An interesting approach. Look at this at the bottom left. Equinox knows the rotation is coming. Take a look. Tychus, watch out, buddy. Watch out. Tychus, the stun goes in. He's going to try and boost out of there. Not able to knock him back. Equinox in full assault. Can he get the kill? Not able to, but Falstad falls victim to the rotation up at the top here.
Yeah, that was great. That was amazing play there. And Fury is still back there, just giving E Kevin a hard time.
Yeah, but take a look at that top lane. That is a 3-person assault on that front gate. Illidan starting to rotate down, sees Tassadar there, but nobody to defend, and that's going to be 2 towers down. Mystically's not able to do much, and the early structure damage coming out there on the side of Blank.
I like how both teams have this weird idea of how to start this fight off, because we saw ETC and Illidan go and try and get a pick. And then ETC said, you know what, I'll stick around, I'll just be a hassle, and we'll put some pressure on. Meanwhile, you have 3 people pushing top. These roams are nuts. They're just constantly going around, trying to get a pick, trying to get something out of it.
To say they're going in for the kill would be an understatement. Not able to dodge that Lunar Flare. We now see the stun coming down. The fly-in, though, by Hoon. He's going to be able to lend support. The power slide coming in. Wang Sang starting to get healed up. The power of the triple support is there. The Lunar Flare going down. Wang Sang does finally go down. This is Equinox showing why he is so feared on these melee heroes, as the first kill of the game on the side of Gale Force Esports goes down on Sonya. And just in time, because we now have our first tribute spawning.
Yeah, it was perfect timing for that. You know, you always want your enemy team to be down a hero when objectives are up, because they can't come and stop this now. They know they can't. They know Equinox is going to be there. What are you going to do? Try and fight an Equinox when you're a Tychus by yourself and you're at half health? Bad plan. Not going to work out for you.
Yeah, taking a look, this is interesting. This is what I wanted to see, how we would see Equinox build his Illidan. Taking a look at level 1, it's not going to be that questing type talent, but in the bottom left, look at this aggressive approach. Fury and Equinox trying to take this camp here, and Fury's rotating over, trying to get vision, seeing if somebody's there. And this is going to be a camp on the back side. Talk about aggressive here, Captain.
Yeah, they want this. They... I love this. This is fantastic. Equinox and Fury, we've seen them play for a long, long time, and they absolutely do not care. If they can get into a fight, if they can get into an aggressive position, they will take it every time, and I love that.
The aggression continues. The Lunar Flare coming out. The fight has returned to the middle, and that camp sneaking in behind that middle fort. Equinox is just standing there saying, I dare you guys to get me. Wang saying trying to dive in, but not able to do enough. And now the rotation back. We see Faustad continuing to stay up at the top. Is his flight available? And how long will he stay here before he flies down?
I don't know. They may decide to just give this one up. Maybe they just want the soak. They may just poke for a while, but it doesn't look like it. Faustad is starting to rotate down, and somebody's pinging retreat.
Yeah, the retreat is in, but Faustad has now entered there. Crone on this backside, trying to get in there. Stun coming down. Fury with the Hunter's Mark, able to power slide out of there, get healed up. Hayun very low on health, and this definitely looks like a tribute that should be going to blank right now. I'm not sure if the poke is there, but you can see the damage potential that we were worried about is coming out there as two members having to hearth back for Gale Force.
Yeah, it's kind of funny though, because we don't expect the damage to be there on a triple support team, and yet between Sonya, Tychus, and Tyranda's ability to make them take extra damage, it is absolutely there. Meanwhile, bottom, Crone is kind of in trouble.
Yeah, he goes down. I tried to click down there, but Skype pop-up prevented my my mini-map from being clickable.
Skype aggro! Skype aggro! Mystically's not doing so hot in the middle either. Wang Sang is right on that little Wolfman's tail.
Yeah, we see Mystically's rotating over, and now we see the shield going up, and there goes the shift out. Equinox says, hey, I'm going to try and get one, and there's that dive we talked about. He did go friend or foe at level 4. Reflexive block, that's the one that's going to block some of those basic attacks. And now Araragi, the party bush being snipped out. The Lunar Flare does land once again, but it goes down on ETC. They're continuing their assault on Araragi. Can the triple support keep him alive? Ghost Uther is in effect as he goes down. So the relentless pursuit there on top of Araragi is paying off, and they are rotating this over and starting the boss because this tribute spawned right beside him. They're staying very aggressive here.
Yeah, which is a great plan. And Araragi, he just kind of got stuck because Equinox and Fury just said, you know what, we'll just keep you here, like we'll just body block you until so you can't go anywhere. He kept trying to escape, and there was nowhere he could go. Stuck in that little corridor with two people stopping him. And excellent play on Equinox side. He could have dove and got some more damage on, or he slid through him and got some more damage on, but he decided, you know what, we're better off if we just hold him here and kill him.
Yeah, this boss now pushing the top. It's not going to get a ton of value, but this next tribute spawning, and I don't know if this is RNG or not, it's spawning right beside the boss, which means they can pretty much clean up this boss, rotate down, and try and defend this tribute. So RNG a little bit on the side of blank, but take a look at this. Level 10, very close to being hit for Gale Force Esports. Can they get it in time as they're continuing to try and soak? I'm not sure if they're going to get it, but the fight seems to be in their favor, and you can see Fury starting with this party bush, but starting to channel Equinox. It does look like another tribute being given up here, and now this is a curse. Are they going to rotate this up with level 10 and try and do some damage here, Captain?
Yeah, I mean, they have no reason not to. They can trap 2 or 3 of them here for sure. Araragi is most likely going to go down, and so is Wang Sang. He is so stuck in the back there. With all the stuns and the dive of Illidan here, he's absolutely going down. Wang Sang running into the enemy buildings to try and escape. Historically, not a good plan.
Well, the fact that that boss was able to do some damage, they got 2 kills. Now we see Hayun flying in.
Equinox and Crone on the opposite side of the wall, chasing down Itobi.
Yeah, but take a look at this. Equinox wasting no time, diving right in. They are going for a keep here. Still a few seconds left before Sonya comes up. The keep is not firing back, and look at this damage that is coming out. Can they get it? We do see Force Wall, no Archon being picked up, and they're already dropping back. And take a look. The boss comes up just to say, hey, guys, I'm still alive. Not able to take out that well, but look at this rotation. Instead of dropping back, they're saying, we are getting to camp here.
Yeah, well, why not? It's right here. What are they going to do? Come fight? They do have 10 now. It is an even talent tier, but they still have a curse. and now it ended. But they still had to clean up, and they lost that well. Even though they tried to defend it so hard, they ended up losing it anyway. They had nothing they could do. The triple support is just not able to keep everyone up.
I'm really surprised that we're seeing Force Wall here. I'm not sure they're going to get a ton of value out of that. You talk about ETC, the only person that could possibly be up there, gets healed up by an Ancestral Healing, and then, of course, Friend or Foe at level 4 for Illidan says he can dive right back out to one of his allies, and that is a very easy thing for Illidan to accomplish. So Force Wall, I feel, is going to get absolutely no value here.
Yeah, I think Archon would have been a better pick. I understand, like, I get Force Wall. I like it better in general, but for their team comp, they need the damage output, and they're not going to have it. At best, they're going to be able to stop an ETC, which means they they got an ETC. Whoop-de-doo, like, whatever. Like, or he mosh pitted them and waited for the Force Wall to go away. It's a problem for them.
3-2-3 lives on.
Yeah, thanks. It looks like we have a bit of a pause here. Not sure what's going on. Crone had to pause for some reason.
Cat aggro.
Cat aggro. Is that what's going on over at your place?
Nope, I'm just assuming. Nostradamus lives on.
But, yeah, losing a keep so early in the game is going to be a massive problem. I don't know.
I did hear ambient noise to where it actually made me wonder if I was hearing something beyond my headphones or whether it was in the game.
I think the noise stops when the game is paused.
You would think.
I think so. I could be wrong. Well, this is a good time. We'll go while they're doing that. We'll go back to us so that everyone can see our beautiful faces. And right as I do that, are you kidding me? Come on, guys. Alrighty, they're all ready. So we're gonna get back into the game immediately. And there we go.
3 twice.
Yeah. Well, just for good measure. Just so everyone's aware that it's starting. Kevin not moving. There he goes.
He's moving.
I like... Okay, that was awesome. Absolutely awesome. Gale Force, even... They noticed that Kevin wasn't moving, and they did not push in. They just said, you know what? We'll wait. We'll wait until he's there. This is our fault. Like, there's no reason for us to do that. I love that. Thank you, guys.
The nice Mighty Gus is going to help secure this fort here, and it's also going to save, potentially, Equinox going down there. As you can see, the Draken Laser, if it can lock on and do some of that damage against... we have Illidan on that back line. That could be something that works really well for them. And take a look at this. They see that Rich Hero over there on Tassadar, and they're contemplating. Now the Party Bush is coming out. The wave does come out, sniff out the Party Bush, and now Illidan going in on Araragi once again. This is that aggressive approach, and there's the Force Wall, but the stun coming down. Equinox with the Ancestral. It is going to live there, but now the Mosh Pit comes down. 2 people stunned out. We do see Falstad flying down. Araragi is going to go down. Divine Shield popped on Tychus. It's not going to be able to save too many heroes. The Force Wall going to block off the rest of the team. But now Equinox coming in once again. Etobi in all kinds of trouble. Everybody is going down here. Tyrande goes down in a bad position, not able to follow up on some of those stuns. And down goes 2 more members, and look at this. They are rotating it over into another boss here.
Yeah, it's exactly what they need to do. They have plenty of time to do this. They're up a talent tier. That tribute just spawned in the perfect location for them. So, yes, this is precisely what they needed. I did like how Blank, after seeing the Party Bush, started to just leave. They just said, you know what, we're not going to fight that. There's no reason to fight that. Let's get out of here. The problem was they still got caught. Equinox, of course, so able to dive on people and just guarantee that they can't get anything done. I still do not like this this Force Wall. They almost got Equinox out of it. Like, Equinox is playing pretty fast and loose on that Illidan, but Force Wall isn't stopping him.
What was incredible there, being down a talent level, they seemed hesitant, but Equinox was not at that fight, and he's continuing to push this bottom lane with the boss. And look at this. They have a talent level advantage, at least for a brief moment. Equinox diving in. This is going to be another keep here.
Yeah, it absolutely is. They could leave now, and the boss would get it by himself. Blank has to put as much damage as they can on the enemy team and let the boss go at this point.
The Mighty Gus securing the disengage, and that is going to be keep number 2. Only 1 remains with a fort in the middle, but these are now 2 potential lanes for win conditions, you talk about this, minions already starting to get to the core, but if a boss pushes that lane and it looks like they're rotating up, the Owl is going to be able to sniff that out, hopefully here in just a moment, but they're rotating up for another boss, and they have a talent level advantage, almost a full 3-level lead here, Captain.
Yeah, and that Owl just sniffed it out just like you said it would, but what are they going to do? They're going to come up here and fight it? There's so much damage on Gale Force's side, and Mysticles isn't even there. He's going to scout to make sure nobody comes up. This boss could push all the way to core and win.
Yeah.
Especially if this fight goes poorly, which it looks like it might.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough position for them to be in. If they lose this, Wang Sang in a lot of trouble. There comes the Divine Shield. That's going to keep him in. And then diving over onto Equinox, forcing to use the Metamorphosis. Now diving over. Araragi is going to get body blocked and go down here. Uther goes down. And they're continuing their assault. In comes the Earth Grasp. Totem the shields. Are they going to be enough as Kevin goes down there? And Equinox diving in, continuing to go in onto Itobi. And he's rotating over. Itobi is in all kinds of trouble. That Lunar Flare is going to grab one, but that is 3 members down. Are they going to rotate over as we see the boss now already on the core? Equinox flipping over, saying, I don't care.
No cares in the world.
And I am on the core. The shield is gone. The boss is on. And now the assault is continuing. This is
absolutely game.
GG in favor of Gale Force Esports. Hey, guys, in comes the dance. Out comes the light show. Down goes the core. Gale Force Esports taking game number 1.
Yeah, that was an excellent show on their part. And again, this is another opportunity where we've seen them absolutely destroy an enemy team. Now, in this case, you know, the triple support weird kind of team comp thing, I liked it. It was fun, but it didn't work out for him. So hopefully Blank has something else going on. And the funny part to me is, yes, it was a fast game and like they didn't get a whole lot done. There wasn't a point where they were just getting steamrolled. Even with the triple support with Tychus and Sonya, there wasn't a point where it just felt awful for them.
Yeah, take a look at this.
That's great.
You know, a lot of times it's really hard to see Illidan on top of a damage meter. Sometimes he goes in and it's more situational to when he goes in. You see somebody like with a Li Ming and a Faustad, you would expect them to be on the top of the damage meter. But take a look at that, 27,000 damage for Illidan. Now, that doesn't seem like a lot, but it was only a 13-minute game. And so Illidan going in, Equinox, I told you, if he gets on a melee hero, watch out.
He is scary.
He's very scary.
He is just scary, period. Like, that's the end of that statement.
If you guys watch the qualifiers coming up, as we get later into the brackets and if Gale Force is able to win a few matches and start to go up against some of the teams that are more familiar with their roster, you will see teams intentionally ban out Zeratul and or Illidan because of Equinox. It is going to happen when you watch qualifiers. Mark my words, you are going to see people draft specifically against that one player and see how the rest of the team holds up.
Yeah, you will. And we've actually seen it before with Equinox and others. Like, you ban and draft to counter a player if you know their play style. Because it's easy to do, and it gives you an edge, and it gets in their heads. And all those things put together pretty much makes sure you win, or at least have a very good chance of winning. It may not guarantee you a win, but, you know, if you can make sure Equinox doesn't get Tassadar, or doesn't get Illidan, rather, you're probably fine, you know, for the most part. Like, he is scary on that hero. And we have Draft Link. So there you go.
I am ready. What
All
is it?
yours.
Now, this is what I was talking about. A lot of times, you know, depending on the composition, I think it's a matter of can we draft Illidan based on what they choose, and they felt confident that they could. But we've seen Gale Force now twice ban out Zeratul with their first ban. Again, trying to prevent any possible, like the draft before, they probably couldn't fit Illidan in. But this one they could, and it worked out really well in their favor.
Yeah, well, obviously it did. And it was very entertaining watching Equinox play that Illidan, because he did not care. There were multiple times where he did something and I was like, is that safe? And then he won and I'm like, okay, I guess it is.
He was in trouble once and an Ancestral kept him alive, and that was it.
Yeah. And he immediately turned around and went back in. Like, that Ancestral went off and he was like, okay, I'm at full health, let's do it again.
I'm good.
Let's
do this again, boys. Let's do it again.
That was great. Just
Infernal
great.
Shrines this time. Now,
Oops.
I had the pleasure of talking Kerrigan with Equinox just earlier today,
I
and
bet
he
he
said
loves her.
it's his favorite hero, and he said that this is one of her best maps, one of the top 3 or 4 melee assassins on this map, or melee heroes, I guess I should say, on this map, because he figured Zool into that equation, and I would absolutely love to see some Kerrigan play. And if we
Yes,
do,
I
I'm
think a
telling you,
Kerrigan
man,
would be awesome here.
Equinox MVP on melee heroes. Like it's one of those things that if you're learning to play a melee hero, watch him.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he knows what he's doing. So yeah, if you want to learn melee, please go check him out because he has it figured out.
All right, so Muradin banned out. Now will we see Zeratul? Will we see it? Faustad first pick, no surprise there for Gale Force. Faustad, of course, being the #1 prioritized hero in pretty much every competitive scene right now, at least North America. I didn't really see it as much in the Worlds, but definitely a highly prioritized hero there in North America. Thrall coming out. What are they going to follow up with? This is going to be the more interesting choice. Thrall, great choice, always #1 choice.
Yep.
And are they going to pair it with Sonya? That's interesting. Maybe they're preparing for a possible another melee dive. They're going Tassadar, which is one of those heroes that you kind of set up for Zeratul. Are they looking? And it could also potentially be Illidan, but they might be second guessing it when you take a look at Sonya and Thrall on the other side. You know, 2 strong melee heroes that make it really difficult to go in with one of those heroes, but they're locking in Tassadar and ETC, which means Johanna is going to be the only tank left, and it's much different than if you're facing an ETC as either a Zeratul or an Illidan. So this has potential for another Zeratul or Illidan, and let's see if Blank is afraid of Illidan, because they're in the second round of bans now. They got to be looking at that Tassadar pick, thinking, all right, we've got something, but what are we going to do about it?
Yeah, and I would love to see the Zeratul come out. I think he's a hero that right now fits a weird spot, just because he's had some nerfs in the past. VP was the big one, of course, when they halved the range that goes. I Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. They did ban out Toronto, so they're either afraid of stuns or, maybe they're concerned that Blank is going to get something done with it. Toronto,
This is this is it.
yeah, it looks pretty Zeratul-y.
Turning the tides. Now, they didn't want to play Zeratul against the Illidan. Will they pick a Zeratul? This is the thing. You normally pick Brightwing to dive in to be able to get those blink heals, those direct heals on Illidan, and then you turn right around and you also talk about Peekaboo at level 4 for Brightwing, which is one of the more popular talent choices to help counter a Zeratul and to get that vision because it's such a huge range. And so Gale Force probably saying, hey, we're going to have to play a little bit more traditional. And this is one of the things I was talking about. I'm not as big a fan of Li Ming on this map, but they are hovering over here, possibly locking in.
Yeah, I mean, she's still strong. She's still a solid hero, and especially with the nerf to Jaina, and since KT is kind of in this weird, like, nobody really knows just how good he is yet, bubble there, Li Ming is the mage to go to. Give it a week, maybe 2, and people have KT figured out again, and maybe we'll see more play of him. But with the Jaina nerf, if you want a mage, you want burst damage, Li Ming's the way to go. And it doesn't really matter what map it is. Yes, she's not the most powerful on Infernal Shrines, but she still gets work done. So I can understand why you would want that.
Well, ETC against 3, sometimes 4 melee heroes, and if Brightwing blink heals in to one, I mean, think about this, right? Unless you go Emerald Wind, which seems crazy. If you
Okay,
blink heal in against an ETC and you have a full melee comp, do you know what happens after level 10?
actually, yes. You know what happens? If they're fast enough, the Brightwing can actually polymorph
Blink.
the ETC out of his.
But that's what
Uh,
I'm saying. If Brightwing blinks in,
no, that's what happened. Did you not see that game? It was like 2 months ago. I don't remember where I saw this, but a Brightwing blinked into an ETC mosh pit and was able to get the polymorph off before the mosh pit affected them because of how mosh pit works. Basically, every
it takes a second before it
It's like every quarter second, it gives you a half a second route or something silly. It's not quite that, but it's like every split second, it gives you a slightly longer route so that you never run out of your route. And even like Relentless won't let you run out of it. But there is a time where you can walk into it and still do abilities. And a Brightwing player blinked in on a Vala, was in the area of effect, and polymorphed the ETC out of his mosh pit.
Well, let's hope they can pull off some additional magic.
Yeah, it was super impressive and probably never going to happen again in a million years, but they did it, and it was fantastic. So
Well, this is
it's doable. It's not likely, but it's doable.
I just worry when you go like a full heavy melee comp and you go up against somebody like an ETC. Illidan dives in, power slide, he's stunned out. Sonya comes in, power slide, she's stunned out. Thrall dives in, he's stunned out. And you talk about the poke potential and the areas that you talk about the objective, right? There's 4 corners on each of these. Li Ming has escape routes. And this is an interesting draft to say the least. Once again, by a blank. I like the fact that you're going to pair up Illidan with Brightwing and Rhaegar. That really enables Illidan to go in. But when you pair it up with a Sonya and a Thrall, like they're going no true warrior comps 2 games in a row.
Yeah, it's they obviously like their weird comps. That's for sure.
I think they switched on you again.
I bet they did. Let's see. So Gale Force has Uther, and Gale Force is on left. So yep. Thanks team.
Man, this is
now they're just doing it on purpose. Oh well, life goes on. This will be an interesting fight, though. A lot of close range heroes on.
We're definitely going to be seeing
Blake's
Magestad, though. Can you imagine the amount of stacks he's going to have by the time this game goes on? You talk about all those frontline heroes and the damage potential he's going to be able to stack. And as the game goes on, I mean, that's some serious damage potential to look out for.
Yeah, that's true. Magestad right here is going to be amazing because the whole enemy team is going to be just stacked on top of each other. And Magestad helps burn through the minions or the guardians too. So
no Magestad. We're going to be looking at Seasoned Marksman.
Okay, alrighty, let's do it.
But let's take a look at these teams. On the left side, we are going to be seeing Gale Force. They are up 1-0 in this best of 3. And so you'll be seeing them on the blue side this game. That's going to be Equinox this time on Tassadar, Heun on Falstad, Mysticles on Uther, Crone on Li Ming once again, and Fury going to be there on ETC.
And on the other side, we have Kevin playing Sonya, Araragi on Brightwing there, Toby playing Rhaegar, Wang Sang on Illidan, and Rich Hero playing that awesome elemental Thrall build, or Thrall skin.
Well, they are coming back out, going head-to-head once again, the way these teams like to do it. Who's going to get the poke in here? Crone obviously going to be getting some shots in there. A little bit easier with that range on Li Ming. But now the minions are here. Who's going to prioritize staying in, and who's going to look to fight, or are they going to split? And we'll see Falstad peel off here in just a second. Is he going to fly up or just go ahead and mosey as well?
Nah, there's no reason to fly up there. Thrall's going to get up there a little earlier, which means he might lose a little bit of soak, but I think he lost 1 minion. Okay, no big deal.
Well, as per the usual here lately, especially when you talk about Uther, he is going to be going block once again at level 1 to try and avoid a lot of those Illidan attacks, and so that's a great choice there. It's something that we've been seeing more and more of to prevent a lot of those basic attacks that are going to be coming in.
Yeah, and it's against an Uther, it's really smart. Uther is all basic attacks, so absolutely the best thing to do, and it hurts Uther's healing as well.
Well, I like this rotation right now, and they're getting the best of it. Is Gale Force Esports. They're getting the best of the rotation. They're continuing their assault, and we do see Conjurer's Pursuit was picked up there at level 1. No Conjurer's Pursuit there for Uther, but it is there for Tassadar, so that's really going to help him out picking these globes up, and you see Fury just waiting there, waiting for his team to be safe. They're just continuing this rotation here between middle and bottom, the same as Blank.
Yeah, Fury has been in great positions to just watch the rotations of the other team. He's always waiting just to make sure his team is safe. He knows that he can dive in if he needs to. Illidan and Sonya can probably do a lot of damage to him, but if his team is getting hurt, it's better he die than somebody else.
I'm really curious taking a look at the Illidan at level 1. He did go with Immolation, which is going to be able to burn nearby enemies. That's going to play really well into the objective, but how that works going throughout in these team fights is going to be a lot different because there's some very different choices there for Illidan. And take a look at this. Possibly looking, Rich Hero going to be in all kinds of trouble. In comes the power slide, down comes the stun, and down goes Thrall right as the Shrine comes active.
Yeah, and Blank is doing a smart thing. They have Brightwing bottom. She has that global presence that she can use, but with being a hero down, they just kind of have to wait. They need to just back off, soak all 3 lanes, and just hope that they win the experience battle. Get a couple people up here at the end to defend against the Arcane Punisher that's coming out, and they should be in a good position. As we can see, they're already a level ahead.
This is what I was talking about when we talked about Infernal Shrines earlier. Getting stunned out. Wang saying, be careful, as the heal's starting to come in. He's starting to heal up at the power slide in once again. And now Polymorph coming down on Mysticles. They're trying to turn it around. Wang saying, having to dive out. Kevin in a little bit of trouble getting there. The heal comes in. He's going to be just fine. And you see that arcane, or that flare, come down there from Brightwing, doing some damage there on Mysticles.
Yeah, they did a really good job of making sure Wang Sang felt punished for diving in that far, and as we just saw, he took the level 4 talent that lets him dive to his allies, which, honestly, at this point, I believe is a must-take for Illidan players. Not taking it leaves you so vulnerable to lockdown and stuff, because you have no way out. But they did a great job of making sure he felt punished, and the whole team just had to backtrack. That was awesome on the side of Gale Force Esports.
Well, the first Punisher doesn't do a ton of damage, but if you're going to get one, make sure it's an Arcane Punisher. They did get 1 tower down. Wang Sang diving in the power slide, coming in right after the stun from Uther. The totem is going to be able to get him down just a little bit quicker, but that block in there at level 1, paying dividends for Mysticles as Wang Sang dives in, realize, hey, I just basically did no damage.
Uh-huh. That is exactly right. Sorry about that. I'm yawning.
Cardone says that attack was so boring, I'm yawning.
Yeah, it's been a long day. Yeah, you're right. That's exactly what I was saying earlier, is he barely does any damage and he didn't see his health go up at all. So maybe stop attacking Uther unless you know he's taken a couple of hits already.
Yeah, it's one of those things you should probably be checking the talent choices of the enemy team, especially
Yes.
when you talk about the block potential on some of those heroes. It's one of those things you really got to be cognizant of. And Crone going to have to be careful here, going straight through the middle as we see Wang Sang diving on top of him. Still got a shield. Now we're going to get the shift in from Brightwing, followed up by the Polymorph, but a nice peel there by Fury with that power slide in, but the damage is starting to come out. The teleport going down, the shield's coming out on Fury. Is he going to stay alive? Wang Sang does take down ETC. That is the power of Illidan diving in. And there's the friend or foe diving right back out to his friendly allies. Polymorph coming in and still looking for a fight here. Not able to follow up. Totem goes down and the disengage is here. And now take a look at this experience. A little bit of a lead right now for that of Blank.
Yeah, Blank doing a great job of catching people out. They felt the pressure a little earlier, and this time Illidan picked an enemy that he could heal off of, he could get full damage on, and they were able to just catch Crone out and put some pressure on. Now she didn't die, but Fury came in to save him. Not able to do it.
Now this is the power of Brightwing. Look at that top lane. Brightwing soaking, and soaking. With that Shrine activating at the bottom, this is giving them an even larger experience lead because she can shift in at any moment, and there it comes. She's actually going to hearth back and then blink, and I'm sure that will be up in just a minute. And grabbing a camp in the meantime, so Blank, with the proper rotations now, looking really good. But it did look like Tassadar got an interrupt there on Brightwing in that top lane.
Yeah, but that still makes this a 4v5 or a 4v4 down here, and Brightwing's going to be here any second. So there she comes flying in. I think they're going to get this Punisher, but they have to be careful about how they manage this because Kevin is getting hit massive amounts of damage right now.
Yeah, we see Gale Force Esports starting to posture up and starting to push back. They are down just a handful of these Guardians, but cleaning it up, showing the power of Illidan and that level 1 immolation talent. Where are they going to be able to steal the power slide coming down onto Kevin? The damage coming to the stun going down. Not enough of the heals coming out. We see the face shift going out to Wang Sang for that shield there. That is one of those crucial talents, a face shield at level 7. But now take a look at the lead here on these Guardians.
Yeah, this Guardian is definitely going over to the side of Gale Force Esports. There's no way that Blank can catch up at this point. And luckily, it's just a mortar. If they bait it through, which Rich Hero is trying to do, there he goes. it'll go down pretty quick. It's still a pretty early Punisher, and they have level 10 over Gale Force, but Gale Force is going to get it any second anyway.
And Falstad using the power of that flight, rotating to the top, getting some damage on that top 40. He's got to be careful. Kevin's going to be there. But looking at the fight down at the bottom, Wang Sang continuing his assault on Equinox, who's very much aware of the power of Illidan. And now the sun comes out, followed up by the Sundering. That's going to single out Equinox. Tassadar goes down. Everybody have fun tonight. Wang Sang tonight.
Yeah. The excellent use of his abilities to kind of zone Tassadar to where he wanted him to be. Rich Hero coming in with that Sunder to make sure, nah, you're not getting away. We want to make sure we get this kill because we need it. We need to assert our dominance here, push onto your keep a little bit or your fort a little bit, and make sure you know we're in control of this game.
So far, so good. Blank really turning this game around. Things starting to look up in their favorites, and even 2 kills to 2. And now they have about a half level, slightly more than that experience advantage. Things looking really good. Proper rotations and looking for the ganks. They've got to be careful here of the rotation by Blank.
Yeah, the whole game has been pretty even. Like we've seen Blank lose a team fight, then we've seen him win, and maybe get caught out like Kevin is gonna do here. But they always manage to come back. Kevin, he's not getting anywhere. There's nothing even Toby can do. Oh, I was totally wrong.
Lands just in time.
Wow, I thought for sure he was dead, but excellent use of those abilities, Toby. Saving up your brother or cousin, because I assume you guys are related. But yeah, excellent use there. That was great.
Well, we see Illidan doing Illidan things and grabbing the camp at the bottom left on the side of Gale Force Esports. And the big thing about that ancestral healing is that the shrine is now active, and that still has another 70 seconds on cooldown.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem. They may not be able to contest this shrine as much as they want, but they did a smart thing, and they took their bruisers at the perfect time. These bruisers are going to push. They might get a fort, they might not, but they're going to apply pressure, which is what they need. They also have siege in the bottom, and I bet they're just going to kind of wait and hold out and see what happens.
Yeah, and they have to be very careful here. Does Gale Force Esports level 13 almost there in favor of Blank? And if that happens, I'm curious if they're actually going to try and stay in and fight. They have an early advantage on these Guardians, and I'm really curious. Now we see Wang Sang starting to position on this backside here.
He is being a little too forward with his positioning, I think.
We said the same thing about Equinox. Wang Sang going in, the Sundering coming out, and there it comes. Out comes the Divine Shield on Equinox, staying alive. But Wang Sang diving in once again on Crone there, but Crone gonna be okay. And we are gonna see, I'm curious, I imagine we'll be seeing that diamond skin, but now take a look at this. They're turning this around. They're at level 13. Wang Sang, no fear, getting stunned out. The power slide going down. It gets absolutely obliterated, and there was the Divine Storm coming out, the Illidan counter from Uther, finishing the job.
Yeah, I love Divine Storm in this case. It is such a good ability for Uther to take to make sure Illidan and Sonya get nothing done. You want to come in our face? Great, do it. You're dead. Perfect. It's exactly what they're looking for in that scenario.
We saw the stuns, man. That's huge. Divine Storm, I missed that when they picked that up. I called it was the phase shift, not the Divine Shield that came out there on Tassadar.
Yeah, it was, phase shift came out. That's all right, no worries. But phase shift came out, saved his life. He had barely anything left. And that Divine Storm was very well placed. Just stun after stun onto Wang Sang there. He's got to be more careful when he's diving in.
Definitely got to be Crone, the one in the back line, and Wang Sang sees it, but the teleport coming right out saying, hey, I'm good, as the Illusionist is going to be there, but the Polymorph going down onto Fury. Wang Sang continuing the assault, and now he's diving back to a friend, saying, hey guys, I realize they've got a lot of stuns. Let me come back here and hang out with you instead.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. He needs to know when he needs to give up on those fights. Because sometimes the Illidans don't get that. They're like, oh, well, I can fight him, and they don't do it. But he's been doing a very good job of it. You just got to be very careful. All those stuns lined up can be brutal.
Yeah, now the rotation coming in to invade, trying to take this camp, but Wang Sang having none of it, diving in once again. Kevin going in, but the power slide goes down, takes down Sonya. The resets are going to be there. Metamorphosis is being used, but he's getting stunned out. Can they survive? There's the friend or foe diving to an ally, getting out of there. Wang Sang staying on there. The camp hasn't been captured yet. Wang Sang's like, I'm going to get it. No, actually, I'm not.
Yeah, that's a bad plan.
Yeah.
Seems like a bad plan, that's for sure.
Well, Gale Force now rotating to the middle, getting yet another fort. Now starting to take control of the game just a little bit. They have map control. They have 2 forts down. All of theirs are still standing with that top fort on its last leg. But now Experience starting to turn around. It's 4 kills to 2. Things looking good here for Gale Force.
Yeah, and we've seen them do this. We've seen them sometimes have a hard early game and then late game come back and get a lot of work done just due to the nature of how their teams, how they pick their teams, what they choose, what heroes they choose, what heroics they go with. And I love that Uther. I can't get enough of the Uther Divine Storm because nobody takes it for the most part, and it is so useful in situations like this where the enemy team has almost all melee characters.
Oh, wow. We see Faustad. He's going to be just fine barrel rolling out. But the camp picked up here, of course, that is a little bit of bad RNG because it's actually right here beside where our next shrine is activating. So we have Brightwing trying to clear that camp on the top one. You talk about that Shaman camp, that thing can push for days. And so Araragi being forced to stay in that top lane during the meantime as both teams trying to soak level 16 here.
Yeah, the problem is Gale Force is going to hit 16 early. About half a level early, most likely. They're also already starting this shrine, so they're getting some of these Guardians already. This could be bad. They need to get a kill here. Blank has to get a kill if they want to get anything done.
Yeah, they're diving in hard there. The stun going down onto Wang, saying the teams are split just a little bit as we see the force wall going out. Kevin getting that ancestral healing. Metamorphosis coming down into the middle. He's still diving once again onto that ATC. The stun's coming out. Sundering does just barely save Illidan. And now we see Kevin in this back line taking all kinds of damage. A little bit too deep. Sonya finally goes down. And now we see Rich Hero taking a ton of damage from that Disintegrate Fury in hot pursuit with that increased range on that power slide. Can they take down Rich Hero? The stun goes down. The mosh pit comes out, securing the kill on throw. The heals trying to go out. Wang Sang able to dive to an enemy or an ally there, and they are able to survive just barely, but 2 members do go down there on the side of Blank.
Yeah, this is going to end up being another Punisher for Gale Force, and Blank still doesn't have 16. They will here in just a few seconds, but man, losing 2 people during that fight and losing the Punisher and letting the opponents basically take down this front wall before the Punisher comes up is going to hurt them. Now, Illidan's top, he's trying to make the best of this that he can by taking down this Bruiser camp, getting it pushing, getting some kind of counter push going. They absolutely need it. Blank has to get something going to get back in this game because they are going to lose this bottom fort.
This is kind of a weird time for them to have their team so split up and nobody defending because this Punisher is eating through this fort and taking almost no damage, which means it's going to start doing some damage on the front of this gate here on the keep. And man, I tell you, take a look at this build. Illidan continues to go in on ETC, and ETC at level 16 has now picked up Imposing Presence, which is a crucial thing for Illidan to recognize and not continue to try to dive on ETC there.
Yeah, hopefully they're looking at talents. It always frustrates me when people don't check what talents the enemy took, because it can change your style of play and it can change what you need to get done. And Rich Hero is getting stuck back here. Sunder comes out, hits 3 people, but not able to do it. Divine Storm hitting 2. This is a little rough. They need a kill here. They're already down a man, but Gus is going to guarantee that nothing gets done.
And there's the gust that we've been waiting for, the free disengage that they have. Wang Sang coming in once again, getting stunned out. That's a double stun, but he's staying alive. Ancestral Healing coming out very early on Illidan, but they're in hot pursuit as we now see Fury very low on health. Mysticles is finally going to go down here. Uther finally goes down, and now the rest of the team trying to mount up and get out of there, but there's that Mystical Spirit, level 13, trying to keep Kevin in pursuit of Equinox. I'm not sure if Prescience has activated yet. The Polymorph does go down. They're still in hot pursuit. The Earthgrass Totem going down. That's that huge slow Equinox. Will he survive? In comes one shift. Does he have another? There comes the second one. Equinox is going to be fine. Fury trying not to get body blocked. Nice force wall there, but not able to keep him in. Wang Sang trying to keep him in, but only 1 member goes down in the whole thick of that, which actually works out really well in favor of Gale Force. Unfortunately, that camp pushing to that top lane, just that you called out right before that fight, Captain.
Yeah, which gave them some experience back. They're not quite a level down anymore, but they needed more than 1 kill off of that. They had to get more than 1 to make sure they were back in this game. The Sunder comes out, hits 3. Can they make this work? Apparently not. That Gust is always ready. Hyun, knowing when to use it, knowing when to save it, perfect on his part.
Wang saying, stop attacking ETC, I beg you. The force wall coming out again, actually working to their favor, but the totem coming down for the disengage. Fury is mounted up, but gets dismounted there by Thrall. Nice stun, nice disengage there, and they're going to go ahead and rotate down and try and take a camp here.
Yeah, they might as well. They know they have their opponents on the run. They know they're a level up. They have a lot of pressure going on. They do need some mana, a couple people low, and they need to kind of clear up top because there's another wave pushing in here. Not to mention, that's where the shrine is going to spawn.
Yeah, we do see Faustad and Leeming. They're going to clear that up, but in the meantime, Galeforce says, hey, you guys did it to us last time. We're going to try and do it to you this time. They're grabbing a camp at the bottom, or excuse me, it's going to rotate up to the middle, which is going to force the rest of them to go ahead. We see Blank clearing up the mess from the last one, going to give them an early advantage getting to the top shrine here, and almost to level 20 now. Things are looking really good for Galeforce at this moment, and I'd be really surprised if Blank doesn't try and force a fight at least before 20, else they're going to have to wait it out for a few minutes longer.
Yeah, they have to force a fight before 20. If they don't, they will not win this engagement at all. But we'll see how they can manage. Excellent Sunder coming in, hitting 4, but that, again, Hyun with those gusts, with those mighty gusts, he has been on point all game. Basically that Sunder was wasted. Nothing got done with it.
The Sunder went down, and Wang Sang went again on ETC, who has imposing presence.
Check the talents, please. Check the talents.
Your attack speed is slowed by 40%. Plus, it's the tank. I mean, it's a really tough spot to be in as they continue to go on to Fury. The power slide coming out once again, and now we see the totem not going to get much value. As now we see there goes Illidan. Down he goes. The ancestral healing able to save Sonya here, and now we see trying to shield up and get out of there. The cleanse coming out. And now we see Kevin is going to get absolutely deleted. Will they try and follow up and get a few more kills here? I don't know if they're going to make it.
It's not about the kills. They don't need the kills at this point. But if that gust comes in, they're definitely getting the kills. Awesome play by Hyun, making sure he gets in there. They're going to get 2 more kills off of this at least. Rich Hero just needs to get out. Not able to because of that force wall. Love it.
They didn't finish the kill on Toby.
Run, little doggy.
He had the shield there,
but no, he's dead.
Right back over. He has there at level 20. There's the epic mount. They get that. That does kind of put a kink into their plans there. They probably could have at least started to look for a potential finish. But, man, talk about hitting 20 and then that tour bus, that repositioning of the mosh pit, and then the epic mount. Man, that was a thing of beauty there, Captain.
Yeah, it absolutely was. If they could have gotten Rhaegar, though, instead of chasing him around the map for 20 seconds, they could have gotten a keep down, I think.
They might have even been able to end at that point, but the potential is still there with this Punisher.
It certainly is. It certainly is. The problem they have is just about everyone's going to be up. Rhaegar's still going to be down for about 20 seconds by the time they hit this front wall, but everyone else on the other team is going to be up. The problem that Blank has is they're down a talent tier, in a level 20 talent tier, and they have all melee characters.
Yeah. There's no real poke that they're going to get to try and keep this down. The Punisher's down, the slide in from Fury. There's that slow, which basically made everything happen. Sundering being used in a very weird position, and you can see when things get hairy, Mighty Gust is there once again to keep under full assault. They got to get this down. I don't think this is a fight they want to try and continue and just back out, but still not at level 20 as Blank, but playing the safe route, dropping back out of here. That is the first keep down finally here, Captain, 20 minutes in.
Yeah, and this is a much longer game than we've seen Galeforce's other games, which is fantastic. But Blank has to get something. They need something big to turn this around, or else they're going to lose this game.
Well, I tell you what, while things do still continue to look bleak from time to time, did we get Oracle out there? The force wall coming up saying, hey, we see you guys coming, no thank you. But that top lane that got work done earlier from that camp that you called out several minutes ago actually took down that entire wall. So if things do tend to look bad and they can win a fight, then they can potentially just walk right up to that top lane and finish the game. So it's still in the cards for them to go as Wang Sang dives in. Once again, Metamorphosis being used on this backside. We do still have Mighty Gust up, but Fury is taking all kinds of damage. The power slide coming out, and now the assault is going in. The storm shield coming out, the polymorph going down, just barely alive is Fury there. And there it was once again. The disengage potential is just too strong.
Yeah, Hyun has so much power there with that disengage that he has been keeping up every time. Every time something looks bad, he has it ready. That ETC should have been dead. But Hyun saying, no, we're good. You can go away now. Thanks for playing. You go home. We'll go home. Everyone will be happy. And they cannot win a team fight. Wang Sang getting dived on by Crone here.
Yeah, that's a huge thing there. The teleport going in, the shield coming out, the power slide going down onto Wang Sang, who does not have Metamorphosis available, does get taken down. Sundering, too little, too late, and now they've got to be very careful. Crone with the resets diving in, but Kevin says, hold on a second, I got a spear for that answer. And now we see down here Rhaegar being caught out. Beans the Knight's Force Wall is going to secure that kill. 2 members go down. Another shrine is active. Will they rotate this over? Try for the win, or it does look like they possibly could be rotating down for the win here, Captain.
I'm not sure if they can win here. They probably can. Equinox not at full health. They can definitely get this fort, and then if they have to, they can always back off and get the shrine.
Okay, so they're getting a keep, and then they're going back for the shrine.
Yep. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think it's worth it to try and jump into that. Just because there are still 3 up, a good engagement means that they lose 1 or 2 and aren't able to win. It's not worth doing it. And 20 seconds later, Illidan's going to be up. So if they don't get the core down in 20 seconds, they're going to have to deal with Illidan again. So they're better off going back, getting the Frozen Punisher. Then they can push mid, probably get that keep down as well, and just they have all the buildings down. If the Punisher is still up after the keep falls, they can win the game, sure. But I don't think it was a good plan where they were. If Fury and Mysticles get caught out here, though, it could be a totally different game.
They're looking to do the catching, though. Araragi, got to be careful. In comes the stun. Down comes the second stun. In comes the third stun.
My goodness.
Out comes the fourth stun. Completely stun locked there. Brightwing gets absolutely obliterated, Captain.
Yes, if this isn't the end of the game, I will be thoroughly impressed. They are a man down. They have 2 cannonballs left in this tower here, and they have a Frozen Punisher, a 24-minute Frozen Punisher coming in to deal damage. This is going to be game.
I mean, they can't take it to another keep anymore. They can't try and bait it to another keep. This Punisher, I believe the writing is on the wall here, Captain.
Yep, you are exactly right. Especially if Wang Sang continues to get stunned. Oh, ETC, excellent movement there to make sure that Wang Sang was still in the mosh pit even after he metamorphosed out.
That was huge because he managed to get him in. They got 2 members. He said, wait a minute, I've got a potential for 3. He repositions with that Tor Bus at level 20, secures it. I don't even think they needed it. Look at the damage this Punisher is doing. 70%. They are just straight up BM as they take down Thrall for good measure. Divine Storm says, hey guys, let's party. Mighty Gust, everything is going out. Look at the light show from Li Ming. That is GG. Gale Force Esports taking the series.
Yeah, they sure do, and they came out with crazy strong team comps, like even weird ones. It was awesome to see them play. You were telling me, like I said, you were telling me all evening, Gale Force looks good now. They look fantastic. And I was like, yeah, J-How, I believe you, whatever. Like, keep talking. And then we watched them, and I was like, oh, you meant that they are amazing.
They're not too shabby.
They are not.
Look at the Li Ming damage, 102,000. Next highest on the side of blank 72.
Yeah, so she has 102 hero damage and also 132,000 siege damage, which is the most of everyone in the game. That's fantastic.
Not
and she didn't die at all. Not too shabby at all. Yes, Gale Force, they're a force to be reckoned with, that's for sure. Wow.
Are they a Gale Force to be reckoned with?
Yes, indeed they are. Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you
bad jokes. Bad joke of the night.
There you go. On that note, let's cut the stream before you keep going. I'm kidding. Anyway, that is going to be it for tonight, though. Gale Force Esports takes our championship for this week. What that means is everyone that played this week gets points. Whoever has the top 8 teams by the end of the season get to play in our finals. Then they're playing for money. They're playing for those good old Blizzard bucks. So Gale Force Esports won the most points. Blank got second, but everyone that played tonight gets points, and points keep rolling over. So hopefully we'll see them again next week. If they keep this up, we'll probably see them in the finals. And yeah, it was a great set of games from them.
I think what we saw was pretty spectacular. They showed that they're pretty diverse too with their group compositions. They were able to go into that Illidan pick. They were able to counter Illidan picks. They were able to build different groups here to really show their strength as far as how they've come along with this new roster.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. I think that's fantastic. This new roster is looking great so far, and I want to see them playing up against similar teams of similar caliber to see how they can handle maybe how they can handle the pro scene or maybe how they can handle some of the higher end amateur teams. But if they keep playing like that, I think they'll do fine.
Not too shabby. I think we had a pretty good night of games here
Oh,
tonight.
definitely, definitely. So before we head out, just a couple of things. Make sure you sign up for next week. You can put exclamation point NexVerse. It'll give you a link to next week's tournament. Free agents and teams are welcome. Exclamation point NexARAMas. That will give you the link for our ARAM tournament that happens on Thursdays. Again, free agents, teams, both welcome. Please join us for that. We had 240 people on Thursday play in that tournament. It was nuts, but it was so much fun. So make sure you get involved in that. And we'll be here. We'll be back Thursday at 7 Central. Yeah, 7 Central, 8 Eastern. What is that? 5 Pacific. And we'll be back Sunday at the same times again. We're here every weekend. We're here every Thursday. Come join us. Once again, my name is Captain Cardone. You can find me on Twitter at Captain Cardone. Sometimes I put stuff on YouTube. It's usually just me playing Heroes of the Storm. So,
Guys, if you want to find me, what I do is I tweet things on what I'm doing. You can find that handle right below my face at JHow Gaming. You can check me out on YouTube for some stuff. Things have been slow of late because I'm working on releasing a whole bunch of information, mostly Heroes content all at once. So if you want to follow me on YouTube, I am there as well at JHow Gaming. And I do the occasional stream as well at Twitch, and that is JHow4444.
it's the only one that's different. I get it. My YouTube, I couldn't use my original handle because of the way it worked. So that's where Captain Cardone was born. So sometimes it happens. So yeah, thanks guys. Thank you all for coming out and hanging out with us for the evening. And hope you had a great time. And we hope to see you all back here next week. Until then, have fun and play some more games.